All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to convene this closed session for our Wednesday, February 20th meeting. We'll call upon the city attorney if there's any items to be added.
There are no items to be added.
All right, Mr. City Manager. All right, very good. All right, we will no public comments. I don't see any. So we will reconvene here at 5 p.m. Thank you. Welcome and thank you for being here. As we commence, I ask that you please silence your electronic devices and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. This time, I ask Pastor Terry Elliott from the Ship of Zion Church to lead us in the invocation, and Bea Gonzalez Luna from Bing Wang Elementary School to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Bea is in the 4th grade. We welcome them both. Pastor Elliott, would you please come?
Lord, we thank you for this day. Thank you for our leaders. We ask that you grant our leaders the wisdom to guide our city in the great direction, that you shelter our decisions and continue to protect our leaders and our city. We pray for strength and wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
And Bea.
Bea?
Bea? Is Bea
Bea
right?
here? Oh.
Bea Gonzalez Luna, Bing Wang.
How
How about
right there?
our little buddy here, Jack, the lead? No. All right. Councilman Charette, would you lead us?
All right,
Very
please
good.
join me as. Oh, there we go.
All right, good, great. Sure.
Sure.
There we go.
Sorry. Ready? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm Miguel Antonio. Arroyo Valley.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you very much for being the impromptu leader in our pledge. Thank you, Pastor Elliott. What a great church Pastor Elliott pastors the Ship Church on the north end of our city, and we appreciate you, Pastor Elliott, your church, your ministries to our community. We thank all of the church leaders, the deacons, and certainly all of the church workers from your church ministering in our community, and we thank you, sir. In honor of Black History Month, there will be a few additions to tonight's meetings. We will include also a song and some presentation to start. I also welcome my staff member, Erica Murphy, to sing our national anthem, and if you would, please stand.
Good evening. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that was Erica Murphy, and we appreciate you, Erica. That's great singing. We're going to adjust our program just for a little bit. Is our Chamber of Commerce representative here? I understand that she's requested to. Yes, would you please come to the podium and make your announcements? I know that you've made the request, and we'll honor that.
Hello there. I'm Leslie Stevens, the Director of Sales at the Residence Inn by Marriott, and I'm also an Executive Board Member for the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to give you the updated minutes for the next 2 weeks. We are light on announcements this week, so I'm going to concentrate on the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce installation of officer luncheon being held next week on Thursday, February 28th at 11 a.m. at the Arrowhead Country Club, 3433 Parkside Drive in San Bernardino. We will be challenging the great Bob Dylan with the theme, "The Times They Are A-Changin'," with our keynote speaker, our new mayor, John Bedelia. Tickets are still available for this event, but deadline is Tuesday, February 26th, so call 885-7515 to reserve your space. We hope to see you there for a fabulous lunch and a riveting speech. While we have your attention, I will just mention that the next trip abroad is being organized by the Chamber is fascinating. A 6-day trip to Cuba, so delve into the world of classic cars and savor lively and historic Havana. The trip will be taking place November 3rd through the 8th. Call the Chamber, 885-7515 for more details. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody, and see you at the Country Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Chamber of Commerce is an extremely important part of our community, and we appreciate your efforts. To commemorate Black History Month, we've worked hard together to recognize individuals and organizations who are leaders in our Black community, leaders who have made it a point to motivate, to encourage, and to uplift the next generation of our community. I'm going to pass this presentation on to our Mayor Pro Tem Richard, and I ask her to please come and join me at the dais.
Yes, thank you. But before I join you, I would like Miss Dynasty Woods to come to the mic, and what she's going to do is she's going to sing the Black National Anthem.
Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for this opportunity.
Can everybody please stand?
Could you please? Thank you so much. If you know it, feel free to sing it with me. If not, go ahead and pull it up on your phone. We all have Google. All right, ready? Begin. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the presence has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. The second verse. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over the way wet with tears has been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from our gloomy past till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star has cast. Last verse. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on our way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever on the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. And shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land. God bless you. Thank you.
Wonderful singing. Boy, this is a good. We need to do this almost every council meeting. Come join me, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to say a good few things about my good friend Mayor Pro Tem Richard and her great work that she's done in our community. I'm extremely elated of hearing some good news. Recently, Mayor Pro Tem Richard was recognized by the Southern California Black Chamber of Commerce for her work as a black woman in a public service just a couple of weeks ago. I'd be remiss not to express gratitude for her leadership, her calm, and her poise. She is always an advocate for our 6th Ward district in our city. Your career in workforce development and your dedication to rebuilding our community is extremely and greatly appreciated. You're a shining example of success, and I'm grateful. So I am grateful for my good friend, Mayor Pro Tem Richard, and on behalf of the City of San Bernardino, all of your colleagues join with me in the certificate of recognition. Mayor Pro Tem Richard, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino join as your colleagues to thank you for your leadership and conviction in representing the San Bernardino constituency. In honor of Black History Month, we recognize you as a beacon of hope and motivation among the African American community here in San Bernardino. We thank you for your hard work and wish you very much continued success. Presented this day, February 20th of 2019. Do you need me up here? No.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, that is truly a surprise to me. That was totally unexpected. I came here today, we thought about what we were going to do for Black History Month, and I wanted to honor some of the people in my community that I grew up with, people that helped me get my start in my career, and that's what this day was all about. I wasn't expecting that, so thank you guys. But it is my honor to recognize a few of these organizations, some that I've known since I was a little girl. Growing up here in San Bernardino, these organizations have been a silent rod that strengthens families in our community, that helps kids learn to love and value themselves, and to keep their noses clean. I have asked my colleagues each to present an award to an organization because our city as a whole have been significantly impacted by the distinct missions of each of these organizations. I would like to start by reading the background of the National Council of Negro Women and inviting their representative to the podium. When I was in high school, there was a program in the school, and the National Council of Negro Women was there. And they said, is there anybody there that want to work? Well, that wasn't me that really raised my hand. It was my mother that said go. But you know what? I'm so happy and grateful that she did that. And I didn't realize what program I was actually applying for, but they put me to work. I was able to work 1,040 hours for the county of San Bernardino while I was in high school. And then later on in life, I went on a job interview. I didn't know what the department did. All I knew is I wanted to work there because they had new furniture. It wasn't your standard county business with gray desks. So that means I'm dating myself back when we had gray desks. And now when I learned that it was the actual program that I got my very first start with when I was in high school. So it is so wonderful to me, and I'm so thankful to the National Council of Negro Women because you guys gave me my first start, and I'm still here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. And I left the certificate over there. So we'll take a picture with this certificate and
Okay.
pretend.
Well, I accept this on behalf of our president, who is Malele Robinson.
No, you're going to get up to the mic. We're going to take a picture.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Geraldine Foxall Cater, and I'm a member of NCNW and have been since about 2004. I accept this award and certificate on behalf of the National Council of Negro Women and my president, Malele Robinson. Thank you very much.
And I would like my colleagues, all of you guys have a certificate, so if we could come up one by one.
We're going to start off with the African American Health Coalition, founder Linda Hart. Are you here in the audience? Congratulations. So the African American Health Coalition addresses service needs that San Bernardino residents face. Founder Linda Hart has adopted a common goal and vision for mental health, clarity, and improving quality of life by providing information, tools, and resources. The coalition provides workshops and services to the community as needed. Thank you very much for everything you've done in the community.
Thank you.
Should we take a picture? No, we'll switch sides so we can take a picture. There we go.
Hey, you got it?
Hope so. Oh, there you go.
Thank you on behalf of the African American Mental Health Coalition. We also created a law signed by the governor in 2010 to recognize the second week in February as African American Mental Health Awareness Week. So we're also proud for doing that. Authored by Amina Carter, former Assembly member Amina Carter, yes. So thank you for the certificate. We greatly appreciate it.
Okay, up next, we have the Swans. Ms. Shirley Foster, is she here? No. Okay. Okay, well, for the Swans, 51 years ago, Shirley Foster and the late Bobby Whitehead envisioned an organization dedicated to promoting higher education through scholarships, encouraging better self-images through training in social graces, and exposure to cultural and social experiences. With the help of community organizations and churches, the Swans are proud to have played a role in the lives of young women by providing approximately 500,000 to more than 600 young women, many of whom have gone on to become professionals in careers such as medicine, nursing, law, education, and pharmacology. We thank the Swans for uplifting our youth and supporting their endeavors. Thank you, Swans.
Do we have a rep here from the West Side Action Group? Sure do.
wearing a Christmas tie. Green and red. It's my honor to recognize the West Side Action Group. In 1972, a group of men on the west side of San Bernardino formed the Black Fathers Organization to advocate for youth in the community. With a mission to become a political action organization to influence a political and economic agenda and raise money to train and elect African Americans from the black community to public office, the Black Fathers, which is now known as the West Side Action Group, addresses issues affecting our community that no other organization is able to confront. West Side Action Group meets weekly to cultivate a community forum that continues to develop solutions to issues that San Bernardino families face. Thank you very much for all that you do. You've been around a long time and do a great job for your community. Thank you very much. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but this is really a very nice resolution or a notation of what you all do, and thank you very much. And on behalf of the city and the council and all of us, thank you very much. Thank you. And you're welcome to say a word or two.
Did you want to?
Well, I guess we're going to get a picture first.
Mbaji.
Now they want us over there. Thank you. Thank you. Please say a couple of words.
As the president of WAG, I'd like to recognize some of my active members. Please stand up. WAG has been around for a long time and helping students, getting politically active, and being active in the community. We may not always agree, but it's important that we all work together. WAG accepts this award and thanks you very much.
Do we have a representative from the Socialites here? Please come forward. Since its organization in 1956, the Socialites have contributed over $1.2 million in scholarships and awards to deserving students seeking assistance with their college tuition. Let's give them a round of applause. That's really, really remarkable. This organization supports our community youth in their pursuit of higher education. They also organize programs to uplift young men and prepare them for education beyond high school. It is our honor today, and we thank you, Socialites, for everything you are doing for our community. On behalf of the Council and Mayor of San Bernardino, we present you with this certificate of recognition. Again, thank you for your service. Podium is yours. One more?
Good evening. My name is Joyce Smith, and I'm president of the Socialites Incorporated. And I'd like to introduce the other members of our organization. We are a membership of about 20 ladies. Our organization has been in service to San Bernardino for over 60 years. And we're very proud of what we do in enhancing the lives of our African-American young men and encouraging them to, after graduating from high school, to continue their education and go on to higher education, college, and beyond that. Lisa Blackshear, Vice President. Twyla Edwin Carthens, our Publicity Chairperson. And Elsie Polino, who is our photographer and other things that we have planned for her to do. On March the 30th, we'll be celebrating our 53rd annual Botillion at the National Orange Show. And if our young men have not approached you for an ad, we encourage you, if they do, to buy an ad from them. This helps to get the scholarships that they need to further their education. We would love to have you do this. We will put your ad in our brochure that's given that night. It's a wonderful ball, and you'll be really enthused, and it's really a beautiful affair. And on behalf of the Socialites, I'd like to thank the City Council, Mayor, for this award. Thank you very much.
Well, I personally want to express my gratitude to Councilwoman Richards for really including the entire council on this recognition process. Is Gwen Dottie Rogers in? I thought I saw her. Hi, Gwen. Nice to see you. Gwen Dottie Rogers founded the Young Women's Empowerment Foundation. She's a lifetime resident and graduate of San Bernardino High School. While working and attending school out of the area, Gwen heard that mentors were needed for girls at a high school in San Bernardino. With permission from the school to volunteer, she drove back to San Bernardino weekly during her lunch to mentor young girls on campus. Can you say what high school that was? San Bernardino High School? Okay. Young Women's Empowerment Foundation goal is to reduce barriers and meet the life-changing needs of young women by addressing the social, emotional, and educational challenges girls face that prevent academic achievement and high school graduation. Young Women's Empowerment Foundation has served over 3,000 young women, many who are first-generation graduates, who are now attending college locally and across the United States, who are followed beyond the first year of college with scholarships. So congratulations. And let me just take a moment to read part of what the recognition is. In honor of African American History Month, we call upon all citizens to reflect on the cultural, scientific, political, and economic contributions of African Americans, which are woven throughout American society. We take this opportunity to recognize the many accomplishments and contributions of local African Americans in our community. We value and appreciate the gifts of your time, talent, and resources continuously provided to our residents over the years. We remember, learn from, and build on the past so that together we can build a better and more prosperous future for all Americans. Thank you for your continued commitment and service to the City of San Bernardino.
Thank you so much.
So thank you to all of you tonight, to Mayor Valdivia and to Mayor Pro Tem Richard, who actually played softball with me many years ago. And she was pretty good, actually. But she was first base, you guys. She was first base. Actually, I sat on the bench. But I do want to say this is an honor tonight. I stand here, and many of the women that are now currently working with me with Young Women Empowerment Foundation, they work actual day jobs. But what's the interesting thing about it is that when you really love and you're passionate about your city, you're going to find a way to make a difference. And so as you heard in the bio, I was working out of town. I've always been a lifetime member. But I saw a need and I saw a passion, and there was something that I could do about it. And although we've served now over 3,000 young women, we are now serving 350 women a month. And the reason why I applaud that is because there are so many barriers that our young women face. And when there is some people that want to come together and to support them, it's very important to be there. They were once me, and I am them, and you all are they. And so we work together to make this city better. I do remember all of the things that I enjoyed as a young girl growing up here. Many of you, when I talk about the Carousel Mall, I talk about the Central City Mall, because that is what it will always be to me, no matter what. And the reason why I love that is because during that time as a young girl, and as I resonate it back to bicentennial year and how we celebrated that year within school, within our community, I remember that we had a vision statement. And to me, vision statements are important because it keep us all on one track. And we used to be called the City on the Move. And I'm probably dating myself, but the City on the Move reminded us that we were going places. And because we were on the move and I was able to embrace that, I knew that I was going somewhere and that I would return and I would give back. And that's why I'm standing here today. Yes, I do serve on the Board of Education, but what's more important is that I'm serving with you in any capacity that I can lend and be a support to you. I pray for you daily. I will continue to pray for you. We can't always be here with you because we got a lot of work to do, but I do watch you on television and I do text in to some, but I just want you to know that we are here to support you. I can't wait for the Education Bridge Committee to start again so that we can bridge those gaps together and do what we can do. But we were a city and still a city on the move. We will always be the All-American City, and let's work together and do what we can. Thank you for this honor.
I just want to thank everybody that that we gave a certificate to today. We want to thank you guys. You guys have definitely represented our city well, and we want you guys to continue to push forward. And I am so proud of you guys taking care and continuing to motivate our Black community. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. We appreciate your encouraging words tonight. And to all of our social clubs, you're awesome and we appreciate you. You're an investment in our community and we recognize your good service to our community. We thank you for all you do for the lives of children and families and quality of life in our churches and in our West Side communities and throughout the entire city of San Bernardino. We appreciate you. Going back to our agenda tonight, the city attorney, if you would, city attorney would be recognized for a presentation on the bankruptcy process.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Our bankruptcy counsel, Mr. Paul Glassman, is here, and he's going to briefly give us an update on the bankruptcy process and its current status and a few items relative to the bankruptcy.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Sines and Mayor and the members of the council. I would like to give a brief update on the bankruptcy, and I'd like to set the tone for my report with a little bit of history. I was hired by the city back in June of 2012 by then City Attorney Jim Penman, Mr. Sines' predecessor. This was before the bankruptcy filing. I recall my first words to the bankruptcy court at the first hearing were, this is a solemn day for the city, and it was because the situation at the city was bleak and the problems facing the city seemed almost insurmountable. The city had a huge and immediate financial hole to fill, no cash and liquidity, a $45 million projected budget deficit for 2012-2013. City faced a structural deficit of $360 million over 30 years. It had been unable to borrow for years. It faced a literal perfect storm in that the real estate market had collapsed, so property and sales tax revenues declined steeply, but personnel costs, including retirement benefits and pension contributions, continued to rise. Lawsuit creditors were threatening to levy on bank accounts. The city was unable to do any preparation before the bankruptcy filing, had to make an emergency filing. The city had inadequate financial records because of turnover in accounting and understaffing. The city had no friends or allies. It had a fight with every constituency in the case. It was opposed by the state, by CalPERS, its unions, its retirees, its bondholders, and its lawsuit plaintiffs. But the city has come a long way since that day, and the purpose of a Chapter 9 case is to allow a municipality to provide essential services to the city and the residents while it restructures its debt and operations, and that's exactly what the city did. And as a result of tremendous effort and contributions by many, the city was able to overcome many of these problems through the vehicle of the bankruptcy, achieving savings of over $350 million, according to the financial experts. I believe this is a conservative estimate, while providing an increased level of services with additional resources. But because of the dire financial condition of the city, it can only afford to pay general unsecured creditors, most of the creditors, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars, 1 cent on the dollar, and this included substantial claims of plaintiffs and claimants in police and personal injury lawsuits against the city, which was a significant problem for the city at the time of the filing. There were over about 200 lawsuits pending. Many of them were police and personal injury lawsuits. And indeed, the triggering event for the bankruptcy filing was the threat of one of these judgment creditors to levy upon city bank accounts. And these lawsuits have become a growing problem for many local municipalities, and we see reports of multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements regularly in the news. And then one of the key provisions of the bankruptcy plan of adjustment was what is called a plan injunction, which enjoined the plaintiffs with claims against the city from pursuing lawsuits and claims against the officers and employees who were indemnified by the city. So when a plaintiff sues a city, they usually sue the officer or employee too, and the city is required to indemnify the employees and officers under state law. So if the city gets a discharge in bankruptcy, a plaintiff could still collect against an officer or employee who would then be indemnified by the city. So the city would lose the benefit of the discharge in bankruptcy, but through the plan injunction, the protection of the city is extended to the officer and employee, so the plaintiff has the same 1% claim against both. So this provided a substantial benefit to the city, and the court found at the confirmation hearing that without this protection, the city couldn't perform all of its obligations under the plan, and therefore it was necessary for this injunction for the city's plan to succeed. And it goes without saying that the city must continue to perform its obligations under the plan after confirmation of the plan as approved by the court, including payments made, filings with the court, and other obligations. So this plan injunction, which was approved by the court, this was a matter of first impression and unprecedented, and was a very substantial benefit to the city that should save the city tens of millions of dollars over time in terms of savings and claims and defense of cases. So it's been important that work be done to protect this injunction and relief that was granted. Another provision of the plan was that these lawsuits and claims had to go through alternative dispute resolution procedures or claims objections process in the bankruptcy. The city required it, and there are serious sanctions if the parties fail to comply with the alternative dispute resolution procedures, and the city has brought objections on that basis in court. So the city's plan was approved by the court in February of 2017, became effective in June of 2017, and at that time it was widely reported that the city emerged from bankruptcy, and that was in the sense that the plan was approved. So at that point, the supervision of the bankruptcy court is reduced and the city could resume more normal operations. But even though the plan was approved, that doesn't mean that everything stops in the case and that the work stops in the case as well, because there's a number of matters that typically occur in a case of this sort and this size after approval of the plan, and this case is no different. First, the city has to resolve appeals of the confirmation of its plan and collateral or indirect attacks on the plan. Usually, when I say indirect, they're made in a court other than the bankruptcy court, state or federal court. Now, the appeals, the direct appeals, were resolved last April after some successful results in the appeals. The settlements were achieved, but we continue to fight vigorously collateral attacks by plaintiffs, so far with great success, but those matters continue. And second, the city has to resolve its outstanding lawsuits, and the city has had great success in disposing of these lawsuits. I mentioned there are about 200 at the time of the filing. Additional ones were filed, and these matters have been resolved by court rulings or settlements, often through this alternative dispute resolution procedure I mentioned, and that process is continuing. And then third, the city must resolve outstanding claims. These are claims in the bankruptcy case, and there are about 420 claims filed in the bankruptcy court and another 1,000 claims filed against the city, which must be resolved as part of the bankruptcy. And the city has been working its way through these claims, and the vast bulk of these claims have been resolved. And we're working our way through the claims objection process as quickly as possible. And then that work is continuing, although great progress has been made. That's my brief update, and so I have nothing further to report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Very good. Next, I invite our San Bernardino County Transportation Authority to make their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to give a brief update on the status of the Mount Vernon Viaduct project. This project has been underway for a number of years. The city was working on it for a number of years and achieved environmental clearance in 2011. They were able to advance some of the preliminary design work, but there were a number of issues developing as far as how to address impacts to the railroad during construction of the project. And so over the period of a number of years, there were ongoing discussions with that. In 2016, the city and SBCTA, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, entered into a cooperative agreement for SBCTA to take over the management of the project. And we look forward to working together with the city for successful completion of the project, similar to, this is a snippet from the paper back in 1934 when the original project was completed as a joint venture. And so we look forward to seeing that kind of success as we move forward on the project. So over the number of years, the current bridge has a sufficiency rating of 2 out of 100 and has had, as you know, is restricted to heavy loads and has had multiple periods of additional shoring. It goes under inspections to make sure that it does still have a sufficiency rating. So it does meet the criteria for being serviceable, but it's barely. So as a result, there's a lot of concern to try to advance the demolition of the existing bridge and the construction of the new bridge. So in 2017, SBCTA and the city were called out because there were actually pieces of concrete falling from underneath the sidewalk down onto the rail yard. And as a result, in 2018, the city did a project to put some netting underneath the sidewalks in order to mitigate that. But it underscored the need to advance the project sooner rather than later. So SBCTA obtained state design build authority in 2017 to allow us to procure and do the construction of the project through a design build process. And what this allows is for us to hire a contractor that does both the design and the construction together. And since one of the first orders of the work is to do the demolition of the existing bridge, that was what was appealing about the design build method, to be able to get a contractor out there to do that work sooner. So the current concept, you can see here, we're looking at constructing a new bridge. In order to construct the bridge, we take several of the rail lines out of service as we construct the new bridge as well as the demolition. And so the agreement we've worked out with the railroad is that we would put in a couple of additional temporary tracks to the north of the existing yard. But in order to do this, it requires the relocation of some of the railroad facilities and some of their parking areas, which is shown in that northwest quadrant on that concept plan there. So that's the plan that's moving forward. We got this environmentally cleared in 2018. We had a public meeting in May of last year to kind of go over that, and we're moving forward with this concept currently. So the new bridge will meet current design standards. We'll have 2 lanes in each direction. We'll have a bike lane in each direction as well as a standard sidewalk width. We're looking at currently we've got full environmental approval. As I mentioned, we're working on the procurement of a design-build contract. We've awarded contracts for a construction management firm as well as a legal services firm to help us with those procurement documents. And we've actually issued a request for qualifications for design-build firms last fall and have shortlisted 4 of those. We'll be issuing a draft request for proposals next month, and our goal is to award a design-build contract by the end of this summer. Mentioned about the city doing the netting project earlier last year. We also executed a 3-party agreement with BNSF, the city, and SBCTA, whereby BNSF is contributing $29.5 million to the overall project. We've presented updates to the City Council several times, as well as I'd mentioned that we had the public meeting. Our current schedule, you can kind of see here, is that we're looking at awarding a design-build contract by the end of this summer. We're starting now on the right-of-way acquisition. That since we're widening the bridge and lengthening the bridge, there are some additional right-of-way that is required for the project. We're looking at actually demolishing the existing bridge by the end of this year, early part of next year. After that, the railroad will actually self-perform and do the temporary tracks. Once they've completed that work, we're looking to construct the new bridge probably toward the end of 2021 and anticipate that will take about a year. So we're looking at potentially about up to 3 years that the bridge would be out of service. So the current cost of the project, based on current cost escalations and the right-of-way impacts, we're looking at about $165 million for the total project cost for the construction, the right-of-way, all the design work, and everything associated with that. And you can see that we currently have funds programmed for $172 million. So we've identified the funding through federal dollars and the BNSF contribution and a cooperative agreement between SBCTA and the city. So we're aware that the project has a number of impacts to the community, that the city will not have that north-south link across the rail yard for a few years, so we're looking at potential options for shuttling or other options for the pedestrians and bicyclists that go across the bridge. We're also looking at, we will have a detour route set up for motorists through that area as well. As mentioned, we will have some right-of-way impacts, both to residences and to a few commercial properties. So important with this is working together with the city for outreach and notification and good communication. So we look forward to working with the city on that. And just looking ahead, as we mentioned, we're starting the right-of-way process now, looking to award a contract by the end of the year and demolishing the bridge by early part of next year. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to give a brief update. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
And your name is?
I'm Dennis Saylor. I'm the SBCTA
Dennis.
project manager.
Dennis, we appreciate the good work you're doing, and we appreciate the County Transit Authority for all their leadership in this project. I do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Regarding, I think the benefit for a lot of our pedestrians is that there is greater bike lanes and also the pedestrian walkways. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, can go back to, I guess, to the cross section there. So right now, the existing sidewalks are quite narrow, and there's no real shoulder on the road. So what we're looking at is we will actually have two 12-foot lanes. We'll have a shoulder across the bridge. It'll probably be somewhere on the order of about 7 feet. So that'll allow for a bike lane on each side. We're actually increasing this now to a 6-foot sidewalk to meet city standards. So it'll be, and as well as we'll have a median in here as well, so that you don't have traffic directly. There's a little bit of a buffer between ongoing traffic that way.
And talk to us about lighting and the aesthetics of the bridge. Will there be street light poles, or how is it going to be illuminated? So what we have is, this is a historic bridge, and so there was a memorandum of agreement that was executed with Caltrans, and the city was a party to it, and now SBCTA has as well, that any new design for the new bridge will maintain the kind of the look and feel and aesthetics of the original bridge and in the kind of the context. So we've been working with the city and Caltrans to look at the lighting, the fencing, and as well as the landscaping for the project to try to retain that character as much as possible. Very good. Councilman Nickel.
Just real quick, this is now up to $172 million. Is that kind of the normal cost for a bridge project like this, or is this sort of a unique project, and are those costs sort of unique to this particular project?
This is kind of a unique project. What the issue is that since we're having to construct a bridge over an active rail yard, there's significant impact to the railroad operations. And so we've looked at scenarios where if we didn't do like the temporary tracks and some of the railroad work, it would take years longer to construct the project. So that's why because of this, the cost of the design and construction, as well as the right-of-way and the mitigation stuff, that's a little bit more than what a typical bridge project would be.
We did try to mitigate that, though, by the agreement with the railroad, because they do recognize that they don't want any impacts to their operation. And that's why you see it's a pretty significant contribution on their part, $29.5 million, and that was really how we drive that number. What did we feel the impact of keeping that open was on the project?
Very good. Councilman Mulvihill.
Having this closed for 2 or 3 years is going to have a very negative impact on a lot of the businesses along. Have we given any thought to what we can do to assist the businesses that are there?
Certainly Dennis can add to it. That was part of the reason why SBCTA, with the city's support, pursued the design build. We had a couple of pressing issues. One, we know it needs to come down as quickly as possible, and so we wanted to be able to do that because it is failing. We were able to put the netting or structure to it, but again, it is failing. We recognize that. We did have it closed for a period of time, reopened it to through traffic, restricted to continue to restrict pedestrian access. So we've tried to phase this in a way that preserves the safety, but also tries to minimize the impact on the residents to the extent possible. But the other unique feature to this is really the legislation and the design build process. So hopefully we're not spending all the time, all the years in design work, and then coming back and trying to do construction documents and things, which can also be a very lengthy process. So it isn't a perfect solution, but it does give us the ability to kind of work as we go, and we're hoping that reduces the time frame.
I realize, and I'm pleased to hear that there's been some thought given to the shortening the amount of time. But I mean, looking at the kinds of businesses that you have there, a lot of the businesses are not necessarily businesses that rely on the neighborhood, but they rely on people driving up and down Mount Vernon. And so there's going to be 2 or 3 years that they're going to have a very difficult time. And so I'm just wondering if we should, has the Chamber of Commerce thought about what can be done to assist, to provide information, to provide look at our block grants and see what kinds of things we can help out those businesses with.
We will reach out to the chamber. The other thing that we certainly can do, we do have some advertising opportunities along the 215 freeway, and maybe make some of that available to them to assist them in rerouting people around to get to their businesses. And then SBCTEA will certainly require the contractor to have good detour signage and things to move people, because ultimately they're going to be on our streets looking for how to get to the locations they need to go to. So again, we'll work closely with them to help with the detour signage.
If I could speak on this. I read through a lot of the impact that'll go through there. Right now, I think one of the initial plans they have is to have what equates to a 2-mile detour to get from either the northbound side of that bridge or the southbound side of that bridge all the way around. What I would ask is that it's really difficult to try to mitigate this. The best thing that we can do here is to make very clear the detour route, because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be confused, and they know that the online maps will go through this bridge, but there won't be one there. If we have very clear detour indications, so that people can follow that 2-mile detour to where they need to get to, that is, I think, the best way we can use, the best thing we can do to mitigate this.
And then make sure that no one removes detour signs so that you get halfway along the route only to find that the detour sign's gone and you're not sure what your next turn is.
Well, because it's going to be, I think, what equates to like a 3-year project. I think a lot of this stuff needs to be what equates to looks like permanent signage. There needs to be permanent signage. I know that there are repainting some lanes on some of these streets so that they're dedicated, basically detour lanes. We need to make sure that that's in place.
Yeah, I guess just with that, one of the things that we do recognize the importance of public outreach and good communication. So we anticipate being able to regularly update the council, the city. We have SBCTA has a public outreach group that we anticipate working with the city to get out notifications to businesses, to residents, to let them know of upcoming work, and obviously diligence in terms of signage and making. Unfortunately, there will be, with any construction, there will be impacts, but we recognize the impacts of this, and we really want to work together with the city, and we're putting provisions into our design-build contract to have the contractor be cognizant of these sensitivities as well.
Dennis, can you go back to the financial slide?
Sure.
Question on the 2019 column of programmed bucket money of 172.6 versus the total project costs of 164.7. The question is, where is the contingency built on, the program side or the total project side, or where is the contingency?
So our 165 million does include a contingency. What the unknown factor is that we're still working through with Caltrans and FHWA. They've programmed the dollars, but as far as the cash flow of how quickly they will be able to reimburse, we're anticipating that we're going to have some financing costs. So that's the variable that's a little bit in there as far as the difference with the programming and the 165 million.
Very good. And you anticipate this coming in before the board next month? SBCTA?
No, we're looking at awarding the design-build contract probably at the end of the summer.
End of the summer.
Yes.
Very good. We thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have one more question. Councilmember Barr.
Just one quick question. When I first moved to the city, I was trying to get to know the city, and I took the omnibus. Are we also notifying them and the ridership of the detour happening because of the bridge?
Yes, that will all be part of the outreach that we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, as far as with all the different stakeholders and affected businesses and entities, obviously between now and the end of the year, we'll need to make sure as we finalize things, and once we get a design builder on under contract and solidify some of the dates, we can make more specific arrangements.
Very good. Thank you. Our next item is Councilmember Henry Nickel, recognizing our Citizen of the Month. Councilman Nickel.
I often have the opportunity to engage with colleagues from other cities and certainly with constituents. And one of the things I consistently hear is, how do you deal with all these great challenges that we are dealing with here in San Bernardino? And years ago, I had a professor that enlightened me to the definition of what an entrepreneur is. An entrepreneur is somebody that looks at a challenge and sees an opportunity. And I think that one of the great joys of being a council member here in San Bernardino is the opportunity to be constantly and consistently inspired by the good people that live here and the people that step up and show themselves to be leaders. About a year or so ago, one such person stepped up to this podium. And it is my honor this evening to recognize Mr. Luis Ojeda. Luis has been a voice of San Bernardino, of the challenges we confront and the inspiration that I think we can derive from those who step up and serve. Luis is an entrepreneur. But I consider Luis more so a friend of San Bernardino. He has stepped up to the plate and contributed to our community through cleanups. He has been an advocate for public safety through increased citizens patrols, through enhancement of our security infrastructure. And Luis, it is my great honor today to present to you this certificate of recognition from the mayor and council honoring you, the president of the San Bernardino Volunteers, known as We Are the Change. This February 2019 Citizen of the Month Award is for you and your committed team in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of our community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous deeds for the benefit of the citizens of San Bernardino, presented to you and your team this 20th day of February 2019. Again, thank you for your service and your continued commitment. And of course, you get one of our famous San Bernardino pens, wear it with pride. The podium is yours.
Well, thank you, everybody. I don't do this to be recognized. I do appreciate it. I don't want to be a protagonist, but I believe that we lead by example, and everybody talks about change, but change needs action to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel. Our next presentation will be made by Mayor Pro Tem. We'll recognize the Outstanding Student of the Month.
Thank you. Well, our Outstanding Student of the Month is from Arroyo Valley High School. Not my alma mater, but definitely my children's. And it is Sarai Hernandez. Did I say that correct? Sarai, come on up. So, in recognition of outstanding hard work and academic achievement, the City of San Bernardino does hereby commend you and your continued dedication and commitment to academic excellence. This is awarded to you on this day, February the 20th. Thank you. And again, another wonderful pen.
Thank you.
You wear that proudly.
I will.
Okay.
Hello and thank you. My name is Sarai Palma Hernandez, and I am a senior at Arroyo Valley High School. I am proud to say that I am ASB president and senior class president of my school. I have also been a part of AP and IB courses at Arroyo. I plan to attend UC Berkeley and have already been accepted at Cal State Humboldt and Cal State East Bay. First, I would like to thank Councilmember Bazine Richard. Thank you. And Mayor John Valdivia for giving me this opportunity to be awarded with Student of the Month. Next, I would like to thank my school, community, and my home, and also Arroyo Valley. To all my teachers and admin, thank you for making this all possible for me and allowing Arroyo to be a campus that I can call my own and be proud of. I love you all from the bottom of my heart, and I am extremely blessed to have you all. Although my parents were not allowed to make it today, I would still like to thank them for all the sacrifices and support they have provided for me. Personally, I would like to thank Ms. Limon, my ASB advisor, for always pushing me to do my best and being my role model. I love you. Again, I am extremely honored and blessed to be standing up here receiving this award. And before I end, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Margaret Hill. Thank you so much for your service to the San Bernardino City Unified School District. You are the most sweetest person I have met, and you truly leave a positive impression on everyone you meet. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to my best friends that are here who have shown me love and support throughout my high school, and I love you all with my heart. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Finally, I invite our two representatives from our state assembly. First, Dion from Assemblymember Ramos, followed by Daryl Fry from Assemblymember Reyes. Dion?
Hello, everyone. Get excited. We're a city on the move. That don't sound like we moving. Come on. I want to congratulate everybody that received awards today. Thank you for the commitment that you've given to our city, to our community. That's what makes us on the move. If you don't think we're on the move, that's because you're not moving. All right? I would like to present myself. I've been elected. Well, I've been given the opportunity to represent this beautiful city of San Bernardino by our 40th District Assemblymember James Ramos, who was recently elected to our 40th District. I have two announcements. On the 23rd, we have our coffee with the Assemblyman. It's going to be in Redlands. For those of you that can attend, it'll be Estelle Coffee and Tea Company at 1580 Barton Road, Suite A in Redlands. Our next will be at our own, in our wonderful city, so please come out and support, okay, on March 2nd at DJ's Coffee Shop, 265 East 40th Street in San Bernardino, California. Okay, and also go on our website. We want to hear from you guys as well. The Assembly, it's on the website. It ought to be a law. That's where you can go on and give your input. If you think something needs to be put in the law, please go on our website and visit us. And thank you so much. And thank you for continuing to support our city, our community. And thank you, Mayor, and our city councilman. God bless you.
You can never follow Dion, I'll tell you that. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, community. So I do have one announcement coming up called The Bridge, right? So it's going to be our second annual Interfaith Conference. We're really trying to bridge the gap between our community, our faith-based organizations, and our elected officials. I do believe that we all have the same root, which is serving people. So we do invite you to The Bridge. It's going to be on March 9th, a Saturday morning, from 8 to 2 at San Bernardino Valley College. I'll leave some flyers for you on the side. But yeah, just help us build this bridge and really do a lot more things together in the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate Assemblymember Reyes and Assemblymember Ramos for their great work and advocacy for our community. We thank you for your presence here tonight. We have three appointments. We're going to call forward Maria Lanas, Venus Williams, and Karina Cornejo. Our city clerk will administer all oaths at once, so please, if you would, come to the dais.
Mayor, if I may,
yes.
Karina is ill and won't be here tonight, so
Okay.
I'll be kind of taking her stuff on behalf of her, and we'll be introducing her at a later date. But
Very good.
She did call me to let me know that she couldn't be here.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Charette. Ms. Lanas and Ms. Williams, if you would, please, and our city clerk will administer the oath. Well, that's a good thing. Yes.
On the appointments, I heard Mr. Nickel make the motion and Mr. Mulvihill make the second, and the item passes 6-0. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
Venus Williams,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which
upon which
I am about to enter.
I am about to enter.
Thank you and congratulations. I'm calling forward Councilman Sanchez. Please introduce your Public Safety and Human Relations Commissioner as well as your Measure Z Citizens Oversight. Councilman?
We'll start with Venus Williams. Venus Williams, congratulations. Would you like anything to say? No. Well, Venus Williams won't speak, but I'm going to speak on her behalf. She's a pillar of our community. She was a longtime employee of the city. She's constantly involved. In fact, there are times I think when she knows more about the city issues than I do. So she's very committed to making sure the city moves forward, and I'm excited to have her on because she'll be a good champion for our first ward. And we'll do the congratulations. Would you like to say anything? Maria Lanas, being appointed to the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission, an individual who had worked for the school district for several years, and she's another person who's a pillar of our community, a champion of bringing good to my neighborhood and to the city and throughout the city. I'm excited to have her on. Again, she'll fight tooth and nail for the good of the city, and that's why we're appointing her to this very important commission. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Sanchez. Thank you. Before we move on to our public comments, I invite any member of our community who wishes to speak to submit a speaker slip. In the past, we have used two slips, one blue, one yellow, to indicate whether you wish to make a general comment or whether you wanted to speak on an agenda item. To simplify the process, we have modified the procedure, and we will be using only one slip going forward. Please indicate on the slip whether you wish to make a general comment or the agenda item you are addressing. Each person will be provided 3 minutes for public comment, and I'll call on the speakers as I receive slips. This time, I will call forward Mr. Ojeda, followed by John Schollenberger, followed by Terry Elliott. Welcome, Mr. Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the public and all the council members. I just wanted to clarify, can we talk on the items or we can talk anything we want, because I don't want to be confused. Because I put item 23.
Yeah, Ms. City Clerk, would you clarify, please? Yes, you did indicate item 23. We're using one slip. Ms. City Clerk.
Speak on whatever item you came to speak on. Whether it's an item on the agenda or not on the agenda, or many items on the agenda, you get 3 minutes total.
That's it. Thank you. All right. Well, on item 23, I'm a little bit confused because it says that, today you guys are going to vote on a resolution to community-oriented policing, and I'm a little bit confused about that term. So I was wondering, what have we been doing all along? If supposedly the police should be policing for the community, right? And I think that for too long we've been talking about the same issue, stating the fact that the police don't have enough resources as far as money and, officers on duty. But let's pretend that what we have is all we have, and how can we make it work? So that would be my opinion. So now, lately I've been driving around the community, and I'm happy to see that we're making a little bit of progress, little by little. We have too many challenges. And I've been telling everybody that we're behind at least 30 years. This is my opinion. Everything, the roads, infrastructure. And I want to invite all the council members and the mayor to please start working because I would like to see the same emphasis that we put in the last 4 meetings to hire staff and hiring more people for the departments that we need. For example, the planning department, because that's just cash cow right there. That's what we need, the people. That's what we need to get, people processing the permits. So, and that's what I wanted to see because for too long, we just kind of like spend weeks upon weeks on the same subject, and it's not productive. We don't have time to be just wasting about the same subject over and over again. So either we're going to put it up, down, but please, let's keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Schollenberger, followed by Terry Elliott, followed by Faye Aldridge. Mr. Schollenberger, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to take an opportunity to recognize a couple of public servants in our community. The first one is Ernesto Salinas. He is he's with Public Works. This gentleman is very, very good at communicating with our team. There's been some improvements that have been going on in our neighborhood. Like I said in the past, sometimes it would be a lag time before I heard back from anybody. But he'll respond to my emails right away. Very professional. He's in a leadership role, and I can see why. And the second one I'd like to recognize is Richard Lawhead. This gentleman is with San Bernardino Police and with our code enforcement. He's serious about this role. And I'll give you an example. Even he's an effective communicator as well. He'll come to our meetings if we ask him to our neighborhood watch meetings. He will respond to my emails right away with a simple, we'll have a look at it, and he's doing that work. Like, for example, I was at the bank at Wall Avenue between Highland and 21st. It looked like a hurricane hit this one section of the street. All kinds of trash and stuff that were dumped over there. I sent him an email and a picture of it, and he says, we'll have a look at it. It was cleaned up the next day. That's good customer service right there, and it's a good example for our city. And then there was a guy who came by the other day, dumped some trash on our street. That was a mistake. One of our neighbors got a license number, and we got a description of the truck. The lady went after the guy, and I told her she shouldn't have done it, but we put it over to Richard Lawhead, and he had it all taken care of the next day. So we are a city on the move, and I'm proud to be a part of San Bernardino. I've been a resident here going on my 11th year. I'm a block captain in our neighborhood watch program, and I'm excited for the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Elliott, followed by Faye Aldridge, followed by Anna. Pastor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I, too, wanted to speak on item number 23, which was a community policing issue. I remember going back, all the way back to the days of Chief Mike Built, and then I was on Human Relations, chairman, actually, and we worked hard on community, knowing the community and the community policing model with the substations. There were a number of articles that our commission did with police response times around the city. And I understand we had to do some changes, but there has to be more to San Bernardino and policing besides building a new courthouse. And if there's nothing working on the backside of it, the other programs that respectfully, a lot of them Measure Z was supposed to address. However, that money got diverted and it didn't get addressed. So I am happy to see that the council is considering going back to the community, the police must know the community, and the community must know the policeman in the community. To have a policeman coming all the way from Tippecanoe to California Gardens is a problem. And then they don't show up until the whole force shows up. So I am happy to see we're going back to look at community policing again, because I believe it's the right model. I believe, again, it's the right model. The second thing I wanted to say was that I'm happy to see that the mayor's office and the council office is at least looking at getting some field representatives. We recognize that you all have to go to all these big meetings in order to get money for the city, and nobody gets to talk to the constituents. Nobody. And so I'm happy to see that there are field reps. If the representatives can have field reps that we can talk to, I'm glad to see that if somebody calls your office, somebody will get there, and we know you'll get the word back. That's it.
Thank you. Faye Aldridge, welcome. Followed by Anna, followed by Tina Lopez. Aldridge, welcome.
Thank you. I am a block captain, and I'm also the president of the Arrowview Neighborhood Association. I'm here to speak on the substations. I've been here since 1983. We had them then. They were manned. They were worthless. We used to have our meetings there and got accomplished nothing. They cost a fortune. They can be used for more officers, more staff, everything you need. Right now, I work with John Schullenberger. Your community policing philosophy works great. You need to put your officers out there more so that they can get to know the community. I want to commend Richard Lawhead because he works the philosophy of community policing. I call him just part of our group now because he's so involved with us. Please don't go backwards in time. I've seen it in action. It does not work. Second of all, I would talk on the winter recess, but I need to read up on that more. But I have my own views about that. I think that, and maybe I should bring it up the next meeting. When our 7th Ward rep was talking, and I saw this on the video, I was not here then, he was cut off in the middle of representing me, my community, where I live, the 7th Ward. And I think that's really unacceptable because if he's in the middle of a sentence, paragraph, or trying to convey a thought, he's representing me. And I think that's important to let him finish his statements or whatever he's talking about, because when you cut him off, that means I'm not represented. But yet, you could take my property tax and use it. So please keep that in mind. I want to come back to Lawhead now. I don't know how much time I have. He's just unbelievably indispensable. When we contact him by email, phone, or whatever, he jumps right on it. It seems to be that the community policing is the way to go because it puts a human face with the officer. And I think that's important when you're getting to know the community. I applaud you for keeping it involved. The substations are a waste of money. Thank you.
John, John, can I add something to this?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just talking about Captain Lawhead, I got contacted about 9:30 this morning about a homeless encampment that appeared over the past couple of days along the 700 block of East Highland Avenue. And I contacted Captain Lawhead, and it was gone this afternoon. So you talk about getting
He's
rapid
remarkable.
action.
We ought to applaud him. I know he's not here, but he should be applauded.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Aldridge. Our next speaker is Anna Jaiswal. Anna, welcome. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Anna Jaswal. I'm with Omnitrans, the public transit agency for the San Bernardino Valley. We're excited to launch our new Adopt a Stop program. We're asking community organizations and businesses to consider participation in this program, so I wanted to provide information for anyone who may be interested. The program has two options, either volunteer litter pickup or paid sponsorship. And participants in the program will receive the honorable distinction of Trash Busters, named after our beloved Omnitrans mascot, Buster the Bus. Trash Busters who volunteer for litter pickup will choose a stop and pick up litter at the bus stop once a week for a year. Trash Busters who want to do a paid sponsorship instead will have the option of sponsoring passenger amenities at a bus stop, such as a trash can bench or shelter, or sponsoring litter pickup supplies. Trash Busters will get their organization's name or logo on an 18 by 24 inch sign at the bus stop, as well as recognition on Omnitrans website and social media channels. And Trash Busters who volunteer to pick up litter will also receive cleanup supplies, as well as one of a kind Trash Busters logo high visibility safety vests. So consider being a trash buster, and you can promote your organization or business and promote an attractive environment in your community at the same time. For anyone who's interested, I'll leave some of our flyers here for more information, and you can also go to our website at omnitrans.org to sign up as well online. And thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Anna. Our next speaker is Tina Lopez, followed by Richard Rodriguez, followed by Juan Figueroa. Ms. Lopez, welcome.
Honorable Mayor and Common Council, I come to you with a heavy heart. On Friday, February 15th at 10 a.m., 16-year-old Nathan went outside his home to take out the trash. He was dressed in sweatpants, sandals with no socks, and a t-shirt. This was the last time we seen him or heard from him. I come to you, Mayor, to please ask your help in getting the word out to bring this young man home. Nathan suffers from seizures, and he left home without his medication. He attends the PAL Center in Muscoy. He's an outstanding young man, and because he is Hispanic, a lot of people think that he's a gang member, that he's a runaway. I'm here to tell you that he's not. I'm with a nonprofit organization called Blessing Angels, and just recently, Nathan helped us give out 30 Thanksgiving baskets and turkeys to those in need. He also helped us give out 100 toys to the children of the city. Sandra Ibarra, I beg you to please help us. This child lives in your ward. Mayor, I thank you for your promptness in getting back to me and any assistance that you can give to us. Nathan, if you're watching this, please come home. We love you, and we will not stop until we bring you home. And lastly, today we lost a lifetime resident, Rosie Soto. I ask that you pray for my friend. Rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I'd request our city manager and our police chief to work with Ms. Lopez on the missing child issue. That's important, and I forwarded the information to you. Mr. Rodriguez, welcome.
Yeah. Well, Lathan's my grandson. I wasn't planning on coming up here, but we've been coming, and we called the police department that day that he went missing. My son did. And we've been searching. We've been searching for anybody to help, to tell you the truth. And all we're told, we can't do anything. You got to wait 72 hours. You got to wait 24 hours. And my thing is, why do we have to wait? You know, go out and find him. Go out and look. We've been searching. We put everything on a Facebook, and we've been getting so much result from everybody out there. And I thank all of them for, for whatever information they give us. I mean, you don't have to give us a name or anything. Just, if you see him, tell him that, to come home. We will take care of whatever it is that, whatever the reason was that he left or was taken or whatever, we don't know. We need to hear from him. And like she said, he's on medication. and this is the worst thing that you could ever go through, is not knowing. And if Lathan's listening, or any of his friends or family that are out there, you know, tell him to come home. You know, whatever it is that happened, you know, we'll take care of it. We'll fix it. We'll, you know, all we're doing is asking for help. And, you know, I contacted Lawhead. I know everybody's saying good things, but I still got the email. I never got an answer. Maybe he's spending too much time doing the homeless encampments. Maybe we need to do some police work. I mean, I know the homeless encampments are important, but he's a cop first. Need to do the cop things. And I've been asking for help, and then all I get is oh, well, we have 300 kids. Well, I'm not worried about the other 299 kids. I'm worried about one, my grandson. And I'm asking for anybody that's watching, anybody that's listening, you know, if you got any information, you don't have to give your name, just call the police. My wife's put her phone number on there, call her on Facebook, just give us the information. We will go out and find them ourselves if we have to. I mean, we shouldn't have to, nobody should have to go through this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, maybe he wants to give his Facebook address.
Mr. Rodriguez, if you please come back to the dais here. Can you give us the name and maybe just a general description and the Facebook page so our community can get involved?
My wife's Facebook page is Blessing Angels. She has two of them, Blessing Angels and Voices of the Inland Empire.
Okay.
They got a picture of him on there.
And the child's name and a description.
And his name is Lathan Cefalo.
Okay.
He's 16 years old. He's pretty short for his age. He's been going to the PAL Center out here off of Muscoy, and I've been hearing rumors that he's been in the area. So I don't know what's going on. We just need to hear from him. If whatever it is, you know, I hope that somebody will just tell him, hey, you know, your grandpa was up there. You know, your parents missed you. You know, we'll work out whatever it is. But it's on Facebook if you want to, and there's phone numbers there. Call the police department if you can.
909-383-5311.
Yeah.
Our non-emergency dispatcher.
Yeah.
Call 911 for that matter. Okay, we'll get that information, and we appreciate. We're a community, and we're standing with you, Mr. Rodriguez.
You know, I see it all the time on TV and things, and you never wished you want to have to go through that. And
I understand. Sir, we're going to stand with you, and we thank you for your service. You're a city employee, too. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Figueroa, followed by Ken Patchett, followed by Treasurer. Mr. Figueroa.
It really breaks my heart to even hear that. You can hear the pain in her heart, in you sharing your story, and I hope you're able to find him soon. Good evening, council members, mayor, and the great residents of San Bernardino. My name is Juan Figueroa. I'm actually a candidate running for the 3rd Ward. And the only reason I really bring that up is because I was recently walking the neighborhood, knocking on doors, speaking with people, of course, and I happened to come across the home of Mr. Delgado. Of course, he wasn't home at that time, but he called me the next day, so I immediately went back to go speak with him. And he shared some concerns with me. He's lived there since 1969, so that's 50 years. And one of the concerns that he shared with me, he shared many frustrations, but I'll share one with you here, is that he lives in an area where there's a business behind him, and that business back there hasn't really been a good neighbor to that area. He's had to deal with them doing work in the middle of the night on the weekends, things that they work with, industrial type chemicals, paint, fumes come over to his house. He's had to. It's been a nuisance for him. He's also seen that they dump paint down on the street. It drains down the street. So he took it upon himself to call AQMD. AQMD came out 3 times. They noticed there wasn't any permit or anything like that. They then said they don't deal with these types of nuisances. They transferred him over to a different department. Go to public health. From there, he goes to code. From there, he went over to even to the fire department. And all he's been doing is just going from here, from one agency to another agency, from one department to another department, with still no resolution to his issue. And that has been very frustrating for him. Now, the last few weeks, even months now, what we've had here at the dais is just a lot of bickering going back and forth. Meanwhile, he's dealing with this since 2014. And so, he's ready to give up, move out, and I asked him, please don't stay. He's here present today because I want you to see that this is a perfect example of what a field representative working on casework, case management, helping the residents of this city, being able to navigate the very complicated system that government sometimes is. It's a bureaucracy that is very complicated. And so it is a perfect example of something that could benefit him. Señor Delgado, no sé si quiere decir algo, pero estoy muy agradecido de su presencia aquí esta noche.
My request is the same thing. What my problem been since 2014. I've been calling several departments, fire department, code enforcement, and seems like everyone says it's the code enforcement or fire department, and nobody wants to take care of the,
Ya se terminó el tiempo.
Se terminó el tiempo.
Yeah, se terminó el tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Figueroa. We're going to request our city manager to follow up. This is a storm drain issue, NPDES issue, and probably a code enforcement issue that we could probably work with Mr. Delgado on. Our next speaker is Ken Patchett, followed by Treasurer. Mr. Patchett, welcome.
Good evening. My concern is, it's concerning a home that's been red tagged in town. And the background story of it is basically the owner has developed several health issues, and basically the whole process has come up to the red tag has really caused a lot of stress, and it's already, as the last speaker said, it's already a difficult situation with many complications that not only for her but for the city to deal with. That the city is challenging for the whole city, and so you got a situation where there's a red tag, and then there's many youths, it seems like, as I think most of us know, around the city with maybe drug problems or other problems. There may be homeless or whatever it is, and it's very challenging to deal with the red tag and keep them out and fix up a home so that it could be utilized and put back on the books, so to speak. Part of what I want to bring to the attention of the council is people with disabilities and how difficult, even without disabilities, these situations can be, not only for the individual, but it's the city as well. And I am trying to work with the city as much as possible. Luckily, I've found some good people that I think are on the same, we're on the same team, we want the same things. And I just, like the abatement of, basically the owner was not even aware of this because of her mental and stress situations. Basically, she's not very functional as far as memory. I mean, it affects a lot of things. She's worked all of her life. She's worked extremely hard to pay for this house and to have this home. And I would just, would like to see the city as much as possible work with her and be understanding about that situation. We're trying to do everything we can, and luckily I feel like we have been able to work with the city, like a little bit, because as they said, well, we can't have somebody watching this house all the time. I understand that's true, it's practicality, but So we're trying to do that. The city can't do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paget. Our next speaker is Treasurer Ortiz. Item 17A. Welcome.
So real quick, I didn't see the blue slips either, so can I do my 30 seconds on something else? You get 3 minutes to talk about whatever you want. Okay, so exciting. All right. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for having me. The first thing I want to talk about on 17A is this fiscal impact to us, which is coming up with the moving of the minimum wage up to $15 an hour. And that's something because it's extremely basic, but it's such an important thing to talk about as we look into the investment of our city. And one of the things we love to talk about is all the future stuff, what we're going to build, new shelters, police station, new infrastructure. But what it takes is essential planning at the basics. Any pretty building will fall if there's no foundation. And in that foundation, it's retaining and recruiting new people and new talent. And that comes with making sure that we can afford it. So now that anybody that's coming in at entry level is making $15 an hour, what does that mean in the significance of a salary and a salary and comp study for which was one now an analyst needs to be paid a prevailing wage to compete. So that's something I think is really, really valuable and important as we move from bankruptcy is learning to crawl before we start walking and running into the future San Bernardino. We have a great investment in the current people here, and then we have a responsibility to our future leaders that will have good jobs for them and a good wage so they're not being pulled into the OC. The other thing I want to talk about is, as I'm going door to door, a lot of my residents are Hispanic and their first language is Spanish. And one of the things I'm hearing is that they don't come to meetings because there's no translation. They don't understand. And I've worked in a couple cities where they have a translator on staff and they have translation equipment. It's not expensive. You can get 6 units. You work in conjunction with the local courts to bring someone in because there's nothing worse than a language barrier. And that keeps people uninformed, and it keeps them distanced from their representatives. I know 3 of you at least are Spanish speakers and fluent in it. I'm like Salida. Okay, that doesn't work for me, and I bring someone with me to help me translate. But I'm also going to speak on a show that's in Spanish, and I'm feeling that tension because I'm going to feel out of the loop, and I know our residents are feeling out of the loop. So I would really like, if we want to work on it together, donate or, something, but I think this should really be a priority as a council for your community. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Negrete, followed by Margaret Hill, followed by Carmel Rowe. Welcome.
I have too many notes. Good evening. I have spoken with lieutenants, sergeants, and staff from several cities, which include Riverside, Stockton, Corona, Modesto, and Moreno Valley. With that in mind, let me remind you that many years ago, when we had the substations, there were many concerns and complaints about officers sitting on the substations for too long periods of time, while crimes were happening near some of those stations or right around the corner from them. At a time when criminals continue to be released early, what is actually needed to provide direct safety services to the residents is the restoration of the 356 officers. When our city had 356 officers, the police presence was a deterrent of crime in the community. Safety is not improved by opening up a city jail nor substations, but having patrol officers cruising the streets while being visible in their patrol cars, that is effective. Police presence works. The Riverside Police Department doesn't have substations, and the reasoning for that was because they did not find them to be effective. What Riverside does have are 4 substations, but it was clarified that the reason they have 4 substations is due to space limitations. Patrol officers are in one location, detectives are in another, and so on. They also don't have a city jail, but what they do have is an animal shelter. What Riverside also has is 371 officers, and they also have a 5-year plan to increase their staffing in both the number of officers and the number of detectives. They're currently in their 3rd year of their 5-year plan. Moreno Valley has 2 substations. However, I was informed that they have not been utilized since the gunning down of the 2 brothers that took place in March of 2018. Corona has 144 officers. For the city of their size, I believe that that's a good number. They also don't have any substations. Modesto currently has 210 officers and has plans to have 240 officers. They don't have any substations. What they believe is that their car is their office. What SBPD needs is a plan to help retain officers and attract lateral officers. To do a better comparison, given that Riverside is not a city that has filed for bankruptcy, I checked Stockton, a California city that filed for bankruptcy in 2012. And I found that Stockton Police Department has 470 police officers and plans on increasing to 485. They also schedule events at city parks where they take their mounted police officers, and they also do take them to other locations in the community to improve community relations. And Stockton also has their own animal shelter. In addition to that, as of 2015, Stockton's mayor's salary was reduced from $104,000 to $72,384.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margaret Hill, followed by Carmel Rowe, followed by Mr. Siraj. Welcome, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Mayor, Common Council, staff, and others who are here. I'm not here to talk about anything on the agenda. I'm here to talk about the agenda, especially the one tonight. I think it's wonderful when you honor people. I was concerned, though, that you started at the bottom, honoring people, because time is of the essence and it is important. But when it got to the Citizen of the Month and the Student of the Month, two items that would have taken no more than 2 minutes per person, it went to the top. And I don't know if you noticed or not, but there are a lot of students out here. High school students start at 7:30, 7:40 in the morning. And they've been out all day long, and they are our citizens. To me, they're more precious than any adult around, because they are the ones who are going to occupy those chairs one of these days. So I'm just saying, I just hope you'll be a little more considerate when we have students to be honored, that we honor them at a time that they can go home, do their homework. You don't get to UC Berkeley but not doing homework every night. And I did watch them, and I did go outside to apologize on behalf of the mayor and the council, because I felt they were mistreated as young people. And as you know, I will spend a lot of time defending every student in this district, because I am all about the children, in case you hadn't heard of my first book. And I also want you to know that I did miss a meeting in Fontana, which was also about young people, but I thought it was important enough to stay here just to share, and maybe it was an oversight, but I'm just saying, in the future, keep our young people in mind, and if you could, get them in and out as fast as they can so that they can go home and do what we want them to do, get those A/B grades and do their homework so they can be in school on time tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmel Rowe, followed by Mr. Siraj.
Hi. So I had a couple of things I wanted to speak on. The first one I really wanted to speak on is back to vision and back to planning and back to when we build our agendas, like our community policing and all of our things. And I read that report, Mr. Mulvihill, about the housing and the high density and, all of those things we need to plan in to the strategy to rebuild this city, because I was just telling my mom today, I lay awake many nights and I wonder, how are we going to pay for the city when we gave away all of our property tax dollars? I mean, we're over here arguing about giving the mayor a few staff members, but I never heard that much arguing when we gave away all of our city property taxes. Now, then last week I was here and I heard the contract for Mr. Devereaux was being questioned, and then he apparently terminated his own contract. And, I thought he was helping work with the county to get back some of those property tax dollars. And so now I'm thinking, we wasted $500,000. And then I have to look at you, Andrea, and I have to say that I told you when you hired him, why'd you hire him? And why were we paying that money? Okay, and every single day I wonder, how are we going to fund the city? Where are we going to get the money? We need sales tax. We need hotel tax. We need user utility tax. Now, tomorrow we're going to deal with cannabis. Now, let me tell you, I got a whole different thing to say about that, and I'll be there tomorrow. But when we look at cannabis, let me tell you, we should just let grow operations like they are in Needles, just as many as we can handle, because we really need that user utility tax. And they're really good stewards in the community because they all hire security and they all have cameras. And if people were missing, you'd be able to pinpoint if there was a legal grow operation, who and what and where and how, and we would have many eyes in the community. And we desperately need that money. And then back to, I heard about the animal shelter, and I had mentioned bringing up cannabis, and then I heard us talking about bonds. And I just want to say that we should earmark, before we hand out a cannabis license or during that meeting or however that should go, that we should actually really earmark a part of that if we are thinking about considering that. Because let me tell you something, there is a lot of cannabis smokers and it's recreational now. And all the dog lovers, they come here for various reasons and they service their car. I mean, we have our tax base, right? Think about how many more people would come from all over for cannabis if they knew that it was going to the dogs. I mean, just think about that. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, and I just wanted to say that when we think about, the city manager's contract, and we think about a lot of contracts, that we think about really the things that have been done and the mismanagement of things that have been done, and why are we not in negotiations with the county for our property tax dollars back? Because every time we build something, we don't even get the benefit. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Majid Siraj. Mr. Siraj, welcome.
I want to thank Ms. Rowe for the alley-oop. I'm talking about an item that's not on the agenda. It's cannabis-related. Mayor, Council, I always introduce myself by my first name, Majid, but since I ranked fairly low on owner qualifications, from now on, I'm going to introduce myself as Dr. Siraj. I have a written statement here. I think I'll go faster if I certainly read it. The CCB application scores have been compiled and presented to the Mayor and City Council for Phase 4. It is incumbent upon the Mayor and City Council to hold the City Manager and the Community Development Director and staff accountable for accuracy of Phase 3 scores. We need unequivocal assurance from the City that the scoring was fair, transparent, objective, merit-based, free from favoritism and political influence, and without bias, prejudice, or corruption. We request that the City Manager immediately provide the Mayor and the City Council and all the applicants a detailed scoring breakdown in addition to the scoring methodology and statistical analysis of each criterion of Phase 3. It is our position that the poor scoring design, lack of methodology, and no statistical analysis renders Phase 3 scores useless. After 4 months and greater than $100,000 of the applicants paid, the City concluded that Phase 2 scores from HDL were unreliable. What makes us think that Phase 3 scores are any different? Is the City Council prepared to make an informed and objective licensing decision based on a mere 1/10 of 1% or 1/100th of 1 percentage point that separates 16 applicants from each other? It is also a fact that several applicants who do not meet zoning requirements or city's general planning requirements were pushed through the entire application process. This fact alone calls the objectivity of Phase 3 score into question. Let me remind the City Council members and the Mayor that local enterprise is one of the core tenets of the ordinance. The municipal code calls for local enterprise, that the local enterprises will be locally managed and whose owners and principals reside within the city and or county of San Bernardino. My wife and I, as principals, have been a fabric of this community for 30 years. We live locally, we manage locally, we hire locally. We are the epitome of local enterprise. However, our score does not reflect that. ECS slabs rank 22 out of 39, scoring lower than many other applicants who do not meet the residency criterion of the local enterprise. Applicants from Laguna Beach, San Francisco, Santa Ana, Newport Beach, Seattle, Washington, Tempe, Arizona, Corona, San Marino, Long Beach, and Whittier scored higher than ECS labs. The results just don't add up, but don't take my word for it. We did an independent statistical analysis by an outside agency, and they concluded that there was no correlation between local residency and their score. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we will take a 10-minute break. We'll return back to our council chairs at 7:15, and we'll recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. I'll ask all of our council members, please, to return to their chairs. We'll wait a few seconds here. I think they're going to go get them.
Well, we don't have a quorum. Let's adjourn.
So we don't have a quorum, yes. This section is our consent calendar, and I will poll council members, starting with Councilman Sanchez. Very good. Councilman Charette.
I'd like to pull item number 13 simply to vote no on it. So if you can just register me as a no on that item, then you don't have to pull it.
Very good. Councilman Nickel.
I have just some quick questions on item 15 and 18.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have none today.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill.
None, Mayor.
And any of our city staff or issues? Very
Move
good.
the surplus.
All right, motion and a second.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ibarra.
If I could ask my questions, I'll go ahead and support the motion.
Okay, let's, any polls, Councilmember Ibarra?
Just number 15, thank you.
Number 15. All right, so there's a balance, move for the balance, and that's a second by Councilman Charette. Members would cast their vote, please.
On consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Charette, and except for item 13 where he indicated a no vote, the items pass 6-0.
Very good. Our first pulled item is from Councilmember Ibarra, item number 15, and that was also pulled by Councilman Nickel. So, Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, so this is rejection of bids to fix the storm drainage on the corners of Waterman and Baseline and Rancho and Rialto.
Yes.
Were you the engineer who did the estimate, or was it a different engineer that we had?
Yes, the engineering department did the estimate for these projects.
Okay, and we don't have money then to pay for the difference? Is that why we're rejecting the bids? Because I know they're over the 80 to 100,000 that our engineer estimated with all the bids that we received. But it's important. I know in that area it gets really flooded.
We are rejecting the bids, but we are reconstructing the bid. We're going to bid it again, and hopefully we get a lower price. We value engineer the project, so we can make it, bids comes lower after we saw what the bids came over. The bids came about 200,000 more than what money we have.
So we are going to rebid it again?
Yeah, we're going to be rebidding.
Because we realize it is a critical project, it needs to be done, but they did come in higher, and so we thought there were some things that we can do to hopefully drive that price down a bit.
Okay, is there a possibility that maybe that's the lowest they can bid on those projects based on the situation?
In the rebid, we will find out. Maybe our estimates for whatever. We do our estimates based on the current market values from other projects that we bid by the city or other cities adjoining to us. We call them and ask them, and that's how we come with our estimate. So when it came about 200,000 more than what our estimate, it says like red flags of what's going on. So I need to look at it. We need to value engineer it better so we can get a better bid for it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Along those same lines, when do we anticipate this will be released again?
The bid documents is ready to be advertised. We're waiting for the rejection of bid, and it will be bid tomorrow.
Okay, and then we anticipate that it'll be a combined project as well. How did they break down? Were they more or less equal in terms of their overall costs for one of the projects? Because we combine those two projects together.
We're going to combine them, and we're going to add one more that we find a problem with the recent rain. So it's going to be 3 projects bid together.
Now, do we have a sufficient, have we set aside sufficient funding in the CIP
Yes.
for that?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the third intersection?
The third one is Reese. There is a storm drain that was, when was constructed, it was constructed with a corrugated metal. With time,
It's dead. It's
yeah,
rotted away.
It's rotted away, so it now, all the soil undermined it, so it's not working. So we're going to add that to it, so that will give us a better value.
Okay, all right. I'll go ahead and move this item.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, members would cast their votes, please.
On item 15, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 5-1 with Ms. Ibarra voting no.
Very good. Our next item, pulled by Councilman Nichol, is item number 18, a request to terminate marketing agreement with 5 Bars LLC. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, and again, this gets back to the question of when we terminate an agreement to make sure we're clear on what the cost benefit is to a termination. It appears to me that they just are not performing. We aren't really losing anything in this deal. Do we anticipate we're going to go back out on the street with something, or what's the plan?
Mitch can talk about what the future plans are, but really, this was one where we thought the legislation was going to be one thing, and it ultimately was changed. And so, we anticipated that there would be more demand for this, but now that the prices have really, for all intents and purposes, been set, it doesn't make this of particular value to the city.
Okay.
In terms of go forward, we have some thoughts about that. Mitch, if you want to address
So
that.
going forward, we're looking at basically doing some of that in-house. There have been a number of vendors, or I'm sorry, the carriers that have actually come in and said, in general, what are we doing? What is the long term? And so we've talked to Spectrum and others to say, what is their long-term plan? So they are interested in coming. It's just not at the numbers that when we heard the first presentation, they were in the order of 300 sites in our location. And we're looking closer to 50 in the next 2 years. And so so we're going to be managing a lot of that in-house. That was one of the benefits that 5 Bars brought, is that marketing effort, and we're not seeing that marketing effort, so we feel that we can handle that in-house.
Okay, very good. I'll move it.
At today's luncheon, I met Julio Figueroa, Director of External Affairs. I'll pass this card on to our city manager. And I immediately brought up the small cell tower issue, and he walked me through some of his concerns. And so anyway, this is an item to move forward. And has there been a motion and approval?
There has been.
Oh, great.
On item 18, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 6-0.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to our staff reports. Item number 19, the presentation of California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989, known as AB 939, and current status of solid waste regulatory and programmatic requirements.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm here tonight to give you a little bit of background on this program, our solid waste program, and then discuss a current action that the city is facing, and get your consideration on some actions to bring back to the regulator. So, starting a little bit of background. Now, I apologize for this slide because I'm the one that always says never put too many words on a slide, and this is way more than I ever feel comfortable doing, but this is, the impact of it is kind of part of the message that I need to tell you when it comes to integrated waste. It is evolving, and it is getting progressively more aggressive and stringent in how we are being regulated when it comes to our solid waste stream. You'll notice that it started out in the 1989 with just saying we need to divert from the landfill. We need to stop putting things in the landfill. There wasn't really a solid plan on how to do that yet, but they knew that they were running out of landfill space and there was commodities in there that needed to be taken advantage of. Then following, became more clear in 2011, they really focused on, through that first part, we kind of focused on the residential part of it, but really we're at a quandary of what to do with the kind of commercial part. 2011, solid regulations about mandatory commercial recycling were implemented through AB 341. That requires all businesses and multifamily of 5 units or more to do mandatory recycling. And then followed after that in 2014, it went from just recycling, which is paper goods, those types of things, to organics, which is green yard waste, those types of things, which they're now focused on. And what I don't have up here that I need to give you a heads up on is SB 1383, which is a new bill that really starts to focus on not only recycling and reclaiming, but recovery of edible foods and redistribution, which is going to be in even a next much more aggressive step that cities are going to be looked at to implement. Not focused on that right now, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that that's coming down the road. So our current program actions that we've been taking over the last probably about 3 years, 4 years was, number one, the city decided to enter into an exclusive franchise agreement. I'll talk about that. We've done a municipal code update to address some of the issues. We've done aggressive outreach, and we've also done one-to-one contact with our customers. So the exclusive franchise contract was awarded to Burtech in April 2016. The new agreement requires that Burtech comply with all regulations, specifically citing all the ones that we're going to be talking about tonight. Now, I will warn you, the regulators, while I think when we set this up, the thinking was, it's Burtech to do now, so we're all good. That's not the case. What I'm really hearing from regulators right now is the city needs to be involved. The city needs to be involved in enforcement. So it can't be just something that you hand over to someone. And in the past, that's what we've done. So we need to refocus that. The municipal code. We have authority. On November of 2016, we brought forward a new revision to the code. We are authorized today to mandate commercial recycling and organics. And as you can see, each commercial generator, which also includes multifamily, shall be responsible for ensuring and demonstrating its compliance to the regulations. That allows me to be able to go out with council direction and say, we will make this happen. Now, as far as the current programs, we have really focused on outreach, education, voluntary participation. We have not addressed, as the code allows us to do, enforcement. The city in the past has wanted to do, and I always use the term carrot or stick, go with the carrot first, get people to want to do something, want to change behavior, and only really follow up with enforcement when it's absolutely necessary. And that's where we were. So Burtech has a pretty aggressive program of outreach and education. You can see a lot of the things they do here. I didn't list everything down. It's a pretty long list. It's personalized customer service and talking with customers on how they can sign up for MCR, what their requirements are. It's routine statements and billings and notifications. We did an annual MCR notice of noncompliance, letting while we weren't doing enforcement, they are still not in compliance, and we notified each customer that they are in noncompliance. Community workshops, dedicated website, you name it. We try, and Burtech has done a stellar job of getting the message out any way and every way we can. Additionally, Burtech has completed waste assessments with each customer. Now, there's a criteria on what customers fall into this, but they visit every customer. They sit down with them. They look through their garbage. They look at their business operation. They decide what the opportunity for recycling is. They do a characterization of what they believe the service they would need would be, but then they ask, will they participate? There was not an enforcement tied to that at this point. But what that does is that gives us a tremendous amount of information now to know exactly what we got out there and who needs to do what. And not only did we do this for MCR, but Burtech also took into account the organics part of it. So the next thing you're going to be hearing from me about, probably not in the far distant future, is the organics compliance. And we already have the data for that ready to go. So to date, this is the progress we've made. You can see from 2016 when Burtech started, those waste assessments were completed. We started out slow, as you can see, but they also had a smaller customer base for a certain point of time for that year. But with last year being the focus, when I started, one of the things that I committed to the regulators is that we would get 100% complete, and we did. But as you can see, out of the 1,907 customer accounts that we have that qualify for MCR, we were only, in contacting each one, we were only able to get 34% participation. Now, what I will say is, when it comes to the letter that we received, we got 30-day notice of intent to issue a compliance order for failure to meet MCR requirements for the city. Now, there's no hard and fast rule. While there is a diversion rate that's within the regulations, really the measure that the regulators use is, do they believe the city is showing good faith effort in trying to implement the programs? Now, I believe honestly that we have shown good faith effort. We contacted everyone, but what is lacking in the regulators' eyes is that we are not doing enforcement and we are not making people comply with a mandatory program. And that's where we're at today. And I will tell you, the numbers will go up when you go to enforcement of some kind or another. So what I present to you today is a few options on how we can move forward, and what I'm looking for is for you to give me direction on where you would like to go, and for me to be able to present that to the public hearing, to the regulatory public hearing and hearing officer next Monday. So the first action that the council could consider is immediate implementation of mandatory commercial recycling using existing code and existing rates. We have it in place. BB&K has assured me that this is something we could go out and do tomorrow. What it would mean is Burtech would systematically start delivering recycling bins to every customer that is required to have it that does not have it. I would set the rate at, while some people get service every week or twice a week or whatever for their solid waste, what I said is we would give them minimum service, which would be once a week, and their bill would go up $43 a month. For anyone that's not currently, let me say that. There are customers out there that are currently signed up. They would stay with what they have. This would be for the ones that did not voluntarily sign up for the program. The next one is more still participatory with maybe a bigger fine attached to it. Santa Ana hired a third-party company that came in and sat down and right-sized. So what the first option doesn't do is right-size the service, right? So there may be someone that we just hand a one-week size bin to, and they probably could use more, but it's not as fast. And that's what this would do. This would right-size it, but it would take a longer time. It would take probably a year to 2 years to implement this across the board. The third one is to establish a new incentive rate base. Now, if you look at our current rate structure, if you add all the different services together, there's a tremendous increase in service, and it's not looked at because you're not able to spread the costs across all of the customers which are supposed to have it. It is trying to anticipate how many customers are going to have it and then trying to regulate the cost. So it's a little unbalanced rate structure that we have right now. What we could do is go away, work with Burtech, and set up a bundled rate structure that includes all three, not just two, solid waste, MCR, and organics, or MOR, and then implement that. Now, that's another great solution, and a lot of cities have done that, but that is a longer-term process.
Does that MOR provision allow us to prepare for the upcoming legislation on the biodigesters?
Yes, yes.
It would meet that criteria?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I got you. Yeah. So those are options. What I'm putting forward today as a recommendation is a two-part action plan, and that is implementing 1 and 3. I should have numbered that different, sorry. Should have been 1 and 3, but immediately implement the MCR portion of it. That allows me to go to the hearing officer on Monday and say, we're starting tomorrow, and we are doing everything we can for MCR. But then at the same time, it allows us to set up a reasonable and continue to work on a new incentive-based or bundled rate that we bring forward to you hopefully in a few months that we can implement that also moves us into the organics recycling portion as well. Now this allows it, Burtech has stepped up and said they would support this absolutely, but I will say they are looking at a $43 charge that was set in 2008. So they are not going to be making money on this. I'll guarantee it. Now, but we have to work through what it means. And we have to come up with a rate structure that does cover their costs, but we understand it. And that's what we want to work on. And then what I'd like is for you to authorize me to be able to present this plan or something, whatever else you come up with today, and present that at the public hearing on Monday.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just note, this is not something we want to do. It's not something, we don't relish the idea of having to impose additional costs on our businesses. We realize that we have a lot of businesses in the city that are struggling, but the city will face fines of up to $10,000 per day if we don't demonstrate that we're in compliance. And this law was initially adopted in 1989, and so they're expecting that we're going to make efforts to achieve the state regulations.
I want to send my deep appreciation to our staff for this. Thank you. We're attempting to avert a major fine here, and I want to also compliment our city manager. Thank you very much for your hard work. I spoke to Burtech, and this is a real solution for us.
Yes.
And we need to get moving on it. And anyhow, we'll open it up for discussion. Remember your time limits, please, and our city clerk, Councilman Sanchez, and we'll go up on wards, please.
How soon are we anticipated this legislation that's going to require the organic waste?
It is already in place. We just literally, Tim O'Neill, who's my solid waste program coordinator, and I met with not the enforcement part of Cal Recycle, but the program portion of Cal Recycle, and they are evaluating us on our MOR program right now, today.
So for commercial right now, we're not in compliance with the recycling part. There was discussion of, so the organic waste we need to include as well for commercial?
The organics, we have a little time for, and I think what I proposed today for that to our regulators is that was the part 2, and we were moving forward with a new rate structure because we went over the rate structure with them to explain why it would be a really heavy, hard hit for our customers to mandate that right now.
You mean the organic waste?
The organic portions of it.
Oh, I see.
So they seemed to think that was reasonable, a reasonable thing, but it's a risk. The safest thing would to do both right now, but that would come up to be about $130 a month hit for our customers.
All right. Well, in consideration of that, I do think that that proposal is considerate of the fact that we need to be in compliance with state regulations, but also takes into consideration that our commercial customers can't suddenly take a hit without some sort of fair notice.
Exactly.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra.
I actually like the third item, incentivizing participation. But I also, I don't know if Bertek is here, but I know there's residents as well who like to do the organic recycling on their end at their home, and that's why they don't take out their trash bins every week. That gets picked up. Can we also look into giving them an incentive for recycling properly and
It's all one pack.
working on those organics?
Come on.
And we're talking, I know we're talking about commercial, but
So for residents, what's the program?
For residents,
Yeah, you're talking about single family, right?
Correct.
Is what you're talking about, yeah.
well, that's going to be for SB 1383, which is not here yet. It is coming in the future. It will focus on residents and commercial together for specifically food, organic food waste, and recovery. So that's where the residential will come in. That's down the line. It's not here yet.
so for the commercial then though, right now, are they measuring how much MCR we're collecting? Is that how they're going based off? Or
so-
just the landfill, how filled up it's getting?
Right now, the regulators are looking more at not so much total tonnage as they are looking at number of participants. That's really the driver. Now, when we get our participation up, the next step will be looking at the tonnage.
Okay.
That would be the next step.
Thank you.
Councilman Surratt.
What is the actual cost to the $130 or the $43? I mean, is that, or is there is a business looking at it as like, I've got a management issue internally to separate my waste? What's the big deal, I guess is what I'm saying, on a $43 charge? I know everybody's operating on a shoestring, they all say, but there's really not a lot of additional cost to the
No.
to the business, is there? Am I missing something?
Well, the cost is the $43.
The $43.
But what I would say is they do have to set up systems within their business.
Within their business.
Yes, so they have to have
So
three.
there's-
They have to have 3 bins.
Right.
And depending on what
But
type of
the
business.
bins are supplied.
Yeah.
Just like they are with us at home. We've got 3 bins, and with the new, we're going to have 4 bins. Is that it?
Be 3
with the
bins.
organic.
It'd still be 3 bins.
Okay.
Because green waste and food
So the
waste
organic would be the
can
same
go
as the
together
green.
right
Okay, so that's what we're doing now, and that's not mandatory for the residents.
It is.
It is.
It is.
But
Well,
it
it's
is
not
all
being
bundled.
enforced.
But we offer it to everyone. Everyone has it. So
Right.
what we're doing is we're taking commercial to the place we've already taken residential.
Okay.
So.
So the cost to the business is the setup of the program internally, which is probably nominal to some degree. I mean, they're just going to have 3 different trash bins to throw stuff in,
And
just like
I mean,
we do at
there
home.
there are functional issues.
I don't want to sound like I'm not business friendly at
No,
all,
I got it.
or that costs aren't important, because every little bit matters. But certainly, I think our public needs to understand that if we don't do that, then we'll be raising your taxes somewhere else to cover our fines.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
mean, so, or the rates are going to go up or something. So, and I'm just curious about why, I guess if you're not forced to do it, people have some reason why they're not going to participate. That non-participation rate kind of concerns me.
Yeah.
If we're trying to help and we're going to provide the bins and we're just asking you to do it and we're going to charge you $43 more a month so that we can all be in compliance and be good stewards of our of the earth, you know, and of the trash. So those are my comments. Not any real questions other than I wanted to clearly understand what the actual cost is, and it's either that $130 or that $43 plus the cost of setting up their own program
Correct.
internally.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, I would just like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Very good. Council Member Richard.
Thank you. I just one question. How are we going to communicate this with the businesses?
So they just received an annual noncompliance notification from us. We can tomorrow develop a notification letter and let them know that, you know, starting this date, and I'd need to figure out what the timing is of that exactly. that you will, now keep in mind, this isn't something that Burtech can go out and boom, everybody's got a bin. What I talked with them and they said they thought they would need about 6 to 8 months to be able to get bins to every commercial customer in the city. So we've got a little time for most people, but what we can do is give a window for those first few that are going to get it and make sure that everyone gets a notice. We'll work on that.
They will not be charged until they receive the bin, correct?
No, they will not be charged until they receive the bin.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, all my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Very good. There's a motion and a second, and if members would cast their vote, please.
On item 19, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Nickel, and the second by Mr. Charette. And the item passes 6-0.
Trish, we wish you good luck on February 25th.
All right.
Bring us back some bacon and some good news, please. Just come back with good news. No bacon. Item number 20 is the 33rd Annual Land Use Planning Conference update. Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, this is the annual UCLA Land Use and Law Conference. I've been a fairly regular for this, at least for the first 15 or so years, and then I started moving away from it because it got too much into law. Although law is very exciting, they were more topical. So I was really interested in the topical discussions they have, which was affordable housing and also dealing with dying malls. Interestingly enough, our partner, National Corps, Steve Pontel, was one of the speakers on the housing problem. And if you haven't heard him, he's a very good speaker. I mean, everybody was really impressed. He's probably the best speaker that they had that day. And I think you realize the housing shortage. I mean, I've talked about it so much already. But you know, some of the graphics that he had, in terms, we think we're doing pretty good in terms of affordable housing in San Bernardino. But on page 3 of that discussion, there's a little graphic there, and although I need a magnifying glass to read it, it has a top 15 most severely overcrowded MSAs. And out of that, San Bernardino Riverside is number 10. The highest overcrowding is Los Angeles, followed by, I think it's Honolulu, and McAllen, Texas, among other things. But 9 out of the 15 are in California. And of course, there's, in terms of affordable housing costs, the graphic just above that, California has the highest cost affordable housing. And needless to say, the numbers are not pretty. 40% of the home of households pay more than 30% of their incomes. 30% is sort of the thumbnail limit of what you should be paying for housing. And 40% of our households are paying more than that. And actually, among renters, 30% of renters are paying more than 50% of their incomes. Stop to think about that. 50% of their incomes. But you imagine, you know, people who are working at Walmart for minimum wage and so forth, and I guess we're going to be talking about minimum wage coming up. But the point is that it's not a crisis. A crisis is when something is coming up. We're in it. You know, it's a disaster. And we're losing population. We're looking for construction workers who are just in that middle income category that home ownership is out of their reach. And I mentioned before, I think, the median price of a home in San Bernardino, which is affordable, presumably, is $250,000. And from my point of view, that's not very affordable. But there was a couple of other, so I included the housing issue. I also included an OPR listing of the regulations that were passed last year and became laws of January 1st, and I thought you'd be interested in having that. And then finally, the last session was a topical session on dying malls. And as you realize, we've got a dead mall already. And the reality is that there's a lot of malls that are in trouble, and there's a lot of malls that have died. And the article which I included, which is an excellent article, they worked on it, and so I've included it in the discussion. And you might just want to pull it out and read it on your own. Transit-oriented development opportunities among failing malls. And I think they give the example of Westfield Mall, if not mistaken. I'm trying to think of it. But they talk about the fact that the mall is there, and they can turn it into TOD if they've got a mass transit line. And talk about a bus rapid transit line, a BRT, what we've got. And they're talking about developing that as an option to make this dead mall a TOD, transit-oriented development. Well, the point is, we've got something better than that already. We've got a heavy rail transit center, and this was within a half, they're talking about within a half a mile, within a quarter mile. Our 43 acres Carousel Central City Mall is within a quarter mile of the transit center. And we've got heavy rail there. We've also already got a BRT. We've got the much maligned SBX, which has actually got much more ridership if you listen to the Omnitrans. But at any rate, it's a really excellent paper. And just to, as long as I've got some time, and Gigi is not jumping up and down quite yet, one of the court cases, and this is on page. Oh, I can take my time? Oh. Okay. Well, I can just go to the front then here. Okay. But anyway, on update number 3, on page 1, and this is an issue that came up just recently in the building industry, the BIA of Bay Area versus the City of Oakland. An ordinance required developers to fund or display art as a condition of project approval. Violations, and again, what the BI said, violations of the Fifth Amendment and the speech violation of the First Amendment, exactions, the exaction document not applicable, and the fee charge was not enough to lost the amount of regulatory taking. It's all in your thing here. And of course, talk about Nolan Dolan and so forth. Right now, Oakland won, City of Oakland won. It's now pending an appeal in the Ninth Circuit, likely to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. But the point is that we sort of fought over this last summer, I think, about having an art development impact fee. And again, this is one that we should be taking a look at. And there's some other interesting ones, but I'll roll over my time to some other option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Our next item, item number 21, League of California Cities, policy update from Councilmember Nickel.
This is our report on our Transportation, Public Works, and Communications Committee for the League of California Cities. Second year I've served on this committee. We began this year, it's a new year, so we reviewed the League's mission and strategic goals. I was part of the leadership group in November that helped develop these 4 primary goals, which are 1, to provide cities additional funding and tools and preserve local authority to address housing production, affordability, and address homelessness challenges. 2, to improve disaster preparedness, recovery, and climate resiliency. 3, to promote sustainability of public pension and retirement health benefits. And 4, to address public safety concerns of our California cities. We also received an implementation update on Senate Bill 1. Obviously, that is now the law of the land, and there were some concerns expressed, not so much in the FY 1920 budget, but in future budget years, there is a concern that there may be a tie of this funding to meeting housing mandates, affordable housing mandates. So there was quite a bit of conversation in the committee about that concern, and we did have some engagement with some members of our new governor's cabinet staff, and Cabinet Secretary was in attendance, and clearly there's a concern among a majority of member cities in relation to that potential proposal. We also received a briefing on electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. Received sort of an overview on the evolution of that technology in terms of where it's been, where it's going, some of the programs that are available to local jurisdictions in terms of establishing networks of these charging stations, and addressing some of the regulations that have been introduced in the state related to electric vehicles. There was also a local streets and roads needs assessment update provided. There was some discussion, some meetings ago in this committee, we received a briefing by UC Davis. The League of California Cities has entered into an agreement with UC Davis. They actually have a pavement institute, and will be providing some best practices to cities in terms of some of the different materials and technologies that are available, and some of the trade-offs in terms of the type of paving that you might consider, cost benefit and so forth. And so they anticipate they'll be coming forward with a pamphlet and materials for cities so that both policymakers and city staff can get a good sense of what's available out there and what those trade-offs really are. There was also an update on the League's new drone policy efforts. There is some efforts to reintroduce a bill in 2019. Bill, my understanding was it failed, but there is an effort to cooperate or engage with the drone industry and provide local jurisdictions some authority on drone regulation and ensuring that they're used properly. There was also adoption of our 2019 work plan for the committee, which includes a number of initiatives, including pedestrian, bicycle, and traffic safety, rideshare services. There was also a discussion on federal preemption as relates to small cell technologies, the 5G technology. So there is a potential. I know there was, obviously we had the 5 bars discussion this evening, but it looks like federal preemption is potentially on the horizon, so we may have to address that in the future. So that's my report, and we will have another meeting. We have 3 meetings throughout the year. Yeah, our next one will be on March 29th in Costa Mesa. That concludes my report.
City Manager, do we have an ordinance on drones?
That's why I made a note, but we do not currently have an.
Because I've already got complaints.
Yeah.
Neighbors flying drones over somebody's backyard and they're having a barbecue and things like that, and not that it's intrusive. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel. Next item, item number 22, the United States Conference of Mayors 87th Winter Meeting Update. I was very fortunate to attend. This was the highest attendance for the winter meeting, over 1,000 mayors in attendance, and for various reasons, I think new elections and new membership and opportunities to coordinate and cross-pollinate with other mayors from around the United States. The membership requirement is that mayors attending have to be from a city of greater than 30,000 people to be part of this conference. It was a great opportunity. Of particular interest on packet page 339 was the Council on Metro Economies in the New American City. I was very intrigued with the topic. Greg Fisher, Mayor of Louisville, I spoke with Mayor Fisher and was able to garner his perspective on economic opportunity zones. He and I will continue our conversations, and as I look for the opportunities to bring economic opportunities for our community, 90% of our city is considered a opportunity zone. And so I learned a lot about the intricacies of economic opportunity zones for our city. Of particular interest was 2 representatives from the White House who were in attendance. I was able to speak with them regarding these matters. Mike Dugan, the mayor of Detroit, was able to pick his brain on economic opportunities and what Detroit is doing. Subsequent to my visit to Washington, I've been able to have teleconferences with Rick Jacobs and John Lettieri and individuals from the Aspen Institute to leverage our city for greater opportunities within the structure and confines of the economic opportunity zones. I'm grateful for my Chief of Staff, Bill Asaley, who will also be carrying a lot of the burden on assessing and what our next responsibilities are for economic opportunity zones for our community. And finally, this was a great opportunity to really engage with federal lobbyists, and so I've shared some of those notes with our city manager, and we will contemplate in the near future, I hope, the opportunities to engage with our federal lobbyists, whatever firm that might be, and I've given you a few names. And so we're excited about the opportunities to have that exist with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I've asked to be on several subcommittees for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and so my application is before them, and they, I think, are looking forward to work with San Bernardino. So we're excited about that. All right, moving on to item number 23, community-oriented policing and problem solving, the COPS philosophy, and our city manager.
Mayor, members of the council, at the last meeting, we discussed the community-oriented policing, problem-solving strategies. The council provided 2 directions to the city staff. You wanted to consider adoption of the philosophy, and then you also asked us to do some research on various programs, substations. There was a request that we include cost information and a host of other things. We're still working through the details of that report, but we at least wanted to return with the adoption of the strategy for the council's consideration. The acting chief is here if you have any questions. Again, this evening, the only action that we're requesting that you take is adoption of the resolution adopting that philosophy.
So we'll open it up for discussion. Councilmember Sanchez. Any items? Councilmember Ibarra.
I'll pass the comment.
Councilman Charette.
So we're just adopting a philosophy. We're not attaching any cost to it. We're not opening up substations. We're not really doing anything at this point in time other than just adopting a philosophy of community-oriented policing as was presented at the last meeting, correct?
We'll return as quickly as we possibly can. We anticipate this at the March meeting, but we wanted to at least...
I'm sorry, the March what?
The March meeting, certainly by the 20th meeting. We're hoping a little bit sooner than that.
The reason I asked my question the way I did, I don't think I'm ready to support some substations right now, and certainly until I know what costs are. And I know we're not doing that now, but I just I'm not sure I want to adopt a philosophy that's not going to adopt the whole philosophy. And I know the philosophy of the COPS is substations, correct?
The substations are not a fundamental part of the
They're not, okay. Because I've heard a lot of different things. We had 2 constituents tonight talk about it. I know a little bit about the past ones that we've had in here. There were some concerns about it. So I'm certainly interested in the community work and the cops working with the community and communicating and community-oriented policing. I mean, the name just says it all, that we want to be community-oriented, but we want to make sure that we're getting the job done. So I'll be supportive of this philosophy, but
Mr. Mayor,
down the road I may have some more concerns.
Really, the philosophy, just for those that are at home and are not looking at our agenda item, it's really asking you to adopt a philosophy that promotes organizational strategies that support the systematic use of partnerships and problem-solving techniques to proactively address the immediate conditions that give rise to public safety issues such as crime, social disorder, and fear of crime.
And with that, thank you for clarifying that for the public. I can't, obviously I support that. Those are all good things. And so with that, I'll be the mover on it, but allow my colleagues to make their comments.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, based on some feedback I received from constituents, I support the philosophy, but I did receive some specific comments and asks of constituents. One is that we really think about how we create a system that allows members of the community to get engaged as well, looking at citizens patrols, other aspects that allow that ability of, I know we do that currently, but really thinking proactively and how we can perhaps better integrate citizens into the operations. Also, developing some kind of either a quarterly metric report so we can start really gauging how we're performing and where we may have potential challenges, and so we're constantly getting hopefully some standardized metrics that are consistent with community-oriented policing, so that it really becomes sort of operationalized in terms of our thinking.
Just, if I could,
sure.
One thing that we're going to institute in the future is something similar to a CompStat meeting internally, monthly with each district commander. But we also want to take that at least quarterly on the road to each district in the city to present to the community, those people who live in that, residents of that district, to let them know exactly what's going on in their district where they live.
Yeah, and again, I mean, obviously engaging in our faith-based community, our various community-based organizations, yeah, making sure that we have some kind of a consistent mechanism for getting that information back out to the community in terms of the progress we're making. That is all. I'll support. Do we have a motion on the floor? And we have a second?
I'd like to make a substitute motion. That's possible. I do believe that we should implement this community-oriented policing philosophy, and along with that, direct the city manager to come back with an implementation plan at the second meeting of the council, second meeting of March. I do believe that it's not just about adopting a philosophy, but then actively looking forward to some sort of implementation, because it does no good for us to just adopt a policy and then not have a plan of action, correct? So I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Is there a second?
Would that be enough time? I would be willing to second, just to confirm how much time is needed to develop an implementation plan.
Yes, as we indicated in the, remember at the last meeting you directed me to do that. We only brought this back to you so that we were able to bring something back immediately. But we're planning either at the March 20th or April 3rd meeting. If we can do the first meeting in March, we certainly will do that. But we already intended to bring that back. It's in your report.
Okay. Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So if the city clerk would read the motion, please, for clarification. This is Councilman Sanchez.
The motion made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Nichol, was to adopt the community-oriented policing problem-solving philosophy and direct the city manager to return in 2 weeks with an implementation plan.
By March 20th.
Yeah, by, well, March 20th or April 3rd, latest April 3rd. Are you okay with that?
Change that by
Councilmember
April
Sanchez?
3rd?
No later than April 3rd.
Oh, sorry. Yes, no later than April 3rd, but if potentially, if it's possible, the second meeting in March.
Okay.
Either one of those dates.
And again, because remember, you've just added two additional research items. So, again, it'll be either the second meeting in March or the first meeting in April.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Council.
I'll second that
I'm
motion.
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Richard.
Yes, thank you. I don't have any questions. I just basically have a comment. First, I want to thank Pastor Terry Elliott for what he said. Especially living on the west side of San Bernardino, it's hard. The response time, you can't get from Tippecanoe all the way back to the California Gardens. So I really appreciate it. I support it 100%. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, I've heard a lot of negative comments about the police substation. I've talked to a number of supervisorial police officers, some retired, and they really brought questions as far as the efficacy of the substations. And so I'm a little bit hesitant to vote for implementation, but I guess that's really what the adoption of the philosophy is all about. We do have to have an implementation, but I really would be hesitant to vote for implementing substations. Obviously, it's a philosophy. I'm not quite sure that our most of our police officers aren't really community-oriented. We do have the Coffee with a Cop, and we have, and I was looking particularly at the Citizen Police Academy. That would be a great to make it more available. I mean, it's always been at the central station, correct?
Correct.
I'm just wondering if we could make that a little bit more available to, the Villaseñor Library it's got a lot of space there. Obviously, they couldn't do the dispatch, but again, you could bring in the people over there, make it a lot more convenient. I'd like to see more citizens involved with the Citizen Police Academy. That way, it's not just the police getting familiar with the citizens, but the citizens, the neighbors, becoming familiar with what the police do. I mean, they typically just see police driving by in their black and whites, and if there's a problem, it'd be good to see them. And I've gone through the process to see them in another environment. And so I just encourage, as we're talking about, that we make that Citizens Academy more spatially available. But obviously, there are some things. Dispatch was really impressive when we went to see that. Just, you call up the telephone, the 383 number, and it doesn't give you just what those men and women are actually doing behind all those screens and all the data that they have to look at it at one particular point in time. But again, I'll support the motion.
All right, very good. Councilman Charette is recognized for the balance of his time.
Well, just one quick comment, and that is that the cost of implementation or anything else that the program entails is going to be very important to me when I cast a vote for or against this. I mean, the philosophy is one thing, the cost is another, and the same old term, cost-benefit analysis on making sure we get the most bang for our buck is what's of interest to me.
Very good. We have a substitute motion seconded by Councilman Nickel. My comment is the best way to express our commitment to our police department and our police officers is the component via the police substations. I have received countless calls and emails to the mayor's office regarding the very courageous work that our council adopted last council meeting. I'm glad to see this is moving forward, effectuating and demonstrated through our police substations. The cost factor certainly is a concern. It's a concern to me as well. I'll tell you very frankly that there are business shop plaza owners that are ready to make the tenant improvements to have our police officers out in our community. So we'll work with our city manager to supply those names, but we have a very supportive community. Certainly our business commerce merchants want the substations, and we want to work with our police department and complement the efforts that our patrolmen out there are abating crime and intervening. And frankly, one other last point is our police headquarters. It's facing overcrowding. There's a lot of issues there, and so we hope that will somehow alleviate some of the staffing problems there at the crowding issues, I should say, at our police station. So, thank you, Chief McBride. We appreciate all of your efforts on this. And if we're ready to vote, if members would please cast their vote.
On item 23, the motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 6-0.
Very good. Moving on to item number 24, to adopt a resolution authorizing the establishment of guidelines for the issuance of temporary cannabis special event permits in accordance with Chapter 5.10 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code. City Manager?
Mayor, members of the council, as you're aware, the council adopted Chapter 5.10 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code. This pertains to commercial cannabis. This was also a ballot measure that was ultimately voted on by the voters. The provisions set forth in this chapter meet the desired policy of the council, but what we found is there are non-enforceable procedures when there are applications for temporary events or temporary cannabis-related events at the National Orange Show. We're recommending this evening that you adopt a resolution that would allow us to establish enforceable guidelines. What we've attempted to do this evening is provide some standards. Certainly the council over the last year or so, as we were discussing cannabis activities in our community and cannabis-type events, you had some specific things that you wanted to accomplish with respect to that. The city manager's office and the city attorney's office have attempted to capture those comments, and so some of the guidelines that we would recommend are limitations on operating hours, payment of fees to ensure that the city is recovering its costs associated with these types of events, establishing some type of revenue source. We've heard a lot about the opportunities to create or generate revenue related to cannabis activities in our community, and so we think that that would be something that the council may want us to consider. Approval of a public safety plan, this is really critical because we want to ensure that all of our businesses, but in particular those types of businesses, have safety plans so that in the event that there is an issue at the site that they have an ability to address it, that they're providing for cleanup of the streets and making sure that the activity there doesn't have an impact on our existing businesses, provide list of vendors to us, insurance, naming the city as an additional insured, and identification, alcohol restrictions, because we have concerns with the use of alcohol with cannabis activities, and then certainly there are fire department requirements. So really this evening we're requesting that you adopt this resolution, allowing us to authorize these types of events with some limitations. We've attempted to provide some guidance to you in terms of the kinds of things that you've mentioned, but if the council would like to add additional guidance to us, we would then, of course, modify that to ensure that your thoughts are included. So again, we're recommending that the council adopt this. One of the other things that the council has made clear is that you don't necessarily want to see a company do this multiple times throughout the year, so we would recommend that there's some type of limitation so that there's only one permit or maybe two permits, but we've included in here one permit per operator in any 12-month period, calendar year, and that the city would not approve any more than 4 events. And this is really because the council commented at one of our earlier meetings that you did not want to be known as cannabis and see events, cannabis-related events occurring there every week or more frequently than that. So again, we came up with 4. Council can certainly modify that if you would like to. So again, we've attempted to provide some guidelines, and we're open to additional guidelines that you'd like us to include.
Very good. Councilmember Sanchez, any items?
No.
Councilmember Barra?
No comments.
Councilor Charette?
I'll move the item.
Any other comments? Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, just a question on the $7.50 per ticket charge. Have we run any projections? Do we understand what the attendance is likely to be, and is that going to truly offset our costs? What are we projecting on that?
2 things. There would be a cost recovery fee, so whatever we anticipate, and certainly as a potential promoter wants to use that property for this type of an event, we would ask them what their estimated attendance is, and we would work with our police department to staff it appropriately, and that would be at cost recovery. This was really intended to be kind of a gate charge, and council has discussed these types of events in the past. There have been operators that have said that seems to be about a reasonable gate charge, and this would be additional revenue, an event fee payable to the city.
Maybe the police department, do we have any estimates on what the attendance has been at some of these types of events?
They've been anywhere from 10 to 20,000.
30 to 60.
Yeah, I was going to say we've received various estimates, so we're not exactly sure.
Okay,
because remember, right now there's no mechanism to truly permit them.
Okay, and the $7.50 will be go to the general fund?
Yeah, or it could be identified for a particular use, but it would be payable to the city.
To the general fund. Okay, I'll go ahead and support the item. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. Is there anything in here regarding the parking? Because I know that was the biggest complaints from businesses is regarding the parking.
That's right. We would, we of course would ask them for a parking management plan based on their attendance because we've heard those same complaints, and certainly we do not want to affect some of our other businesses. So yes, we can make sure that there's a parking management plan associated with this type of an event. And they're parking either on the site or they have secured lots lawfully that then they would park their patrons in.
So do we need to add this in this language?
We can add it, yes.
Yes. I would love to see that added in the language.
All right. If there's no objections, we will add that. Councilman Mulvihill.
And also, the local businesses, obviously they're affected by the parking problem, but also the fact because there are crowds and congestions and going back and forth, I think we probably should keep in touch with them. The business association down on, that meets on the, I think the second Tuesday of the month at the activity center on South Arrowhead is usually attended by business people who are really concerned about events taking place.
We could also require that they give notice at least a couple weeks in advance
Good.
to all businesses within a particular radius.
Good, thank you.
One concern that I'd like to express is there any provision for the permit applicant to be required to notice the city, and also how many days in advance must they? The reason why I bring this up is because the last incident we had was we were meeting on a Monday or Tuesday, and they wanted their permit by Friday.
Right.
So I'd like to kind of make sure that we have enough structure, city attorney, to make sure that we can avoid those last minute issues for our city and our police officers and everyone involved.
We currently have some temporary use temporary use permit guidelines that require 30-day notice. So I would, want to use something similar to that, so people know any type of temporary use, they have to apply within a certain time period before. I think one of the challenges with this is we really have not had previously a mechanism for them to do this.
And finally, the other concerns were the pedestrian sidewalks. At times, there's barricades and there's obstacles impeding the roadway. Is there any provision here that would address that? And the other question is traffic management. At times, these center medians are overcome by these digital marker boards. Are they permitted? Who gives them the permission to do that? I think the city. We have the obligation to work with our public works crew, and so make sure that we also do cost recovery. If they do need traffic management, that we assess that and assess our fees, because, and I really want to, that's a big concern. I represented that district, and I know that a lot of times we have on and off ramp issues, we have traffic management congestion issues, so those are a concern.
One of the things that we will build into this permit, and more modernly we're doing this with other temporary use permits, where we kind of reserve the right, we'll give you an estimate of what our costs are going to be, and you need to pay that in advance based on what your plan is, your traffic management plan, the number of attendees that you think are going to be there, but then reserve our right that if there's something that gets out of control that we have to then step in and address, that we're going to then recover those fees in addition.
All right, there's a, Councilmember Ibarra.
I have a comment. So once again, this is just for the cannabis events at the Orange Show.
Yeah,
That's not including the raves,
No.
EDCs, correct? And then for the $7.50 per ticket, how are we going to direct our city of how that money gets to be used, that revenue? Like if we want to use it towards to fund our police department, to help rehab our buildings, to even build a new animal shelter, how does that go before the voters, or is that something that we decide
That
here?
would come back to you. So if you approve this tonight, giving us authorization to allow, say, 4 events per year, we will do a revenue estimate for you like we do as part of the budget adoption. And at that time, you'll see that general fund revenue and have the ability, like you do with all of the other general fund revenues that come to the city, and appropriate that by the various programs that the council wants to fund.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second, and if members would cast their vote, please.
On item 24, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our public hearing portion. Item number 25, urgency ordinance and regular ordinance relating to the formation of a disaster council. Madam City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is Eric Caden. Eric is the city's disaster coordinator. Eric has extensive experience dealing with emergency services programs in various other cities, joined the team fairly recently. He has identified and is still currently in the process of identifying areas where we need to update our disaster plans. We do have certain requirements, like many of our other programs. We have to comply with various state and federal requirements in order to receive reimbursement in the event of emergencies. So what Eric has before you this evening is an update to our disaster council. He'll walk through this item. And then, again, this is an urgency ordinance because of the sensitive nature of this. And then we're also recommending that you introduce it for first reading. Eric?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Just a little bit of background. The Federal Emergency Management Association requires that the cities within the states and other jurisdictions adopt the National Incident Management System. It's also that we also adopt the California Standardized Emergency Management System. This is so that we will continue to receive grant funding, and also when there is a catastrophic event or a significant disaster, that we would receive reimbursement for that disaster. A good example would be with the recent rains. We weren't hit that hard here in the city, but if we were, without having this, we may not be eligible for reimbursement. The ordinance reestablishes Chapter 2.46 of the Municipal Code, refers to the changes and the current status that's in line with the city's requirements that's been established by FEMA. By adopting the urgency ordinance, we're able to provide City Council with emergency organization, powers and duties and divisions and services and staff of the organization.
Let me interrupt you.
I apologize.
Okay. It's my oversight. This item is officially open for public hearing. Item number 25. Are there any members of our public who wish to speak or address the council on this item? Item number 25. All right, please proceed. Please proceed.
Also, with that, we'll reestablish a disaster council that's responsible for develop emergency operation plans. What we would do is meet with the disaster council, usually on a yearly basis, to bring the disaster council emergency plans, and also within credit disaster council, the city will be able to utilize volunteers as disaster service workers. And with disaster service workers, when we swear them in, the benefits are that if they become injured, it wouldn't fall back on the city's liability, it would fall back on the state. So we're protecting our disaster service workers, volunteer disaster service worker force. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions with it.
Well, Jim, are you a CERT member? No. Is any other elected official here? Gigi, you and I were in the same class. We're the only two elected officials. Are you?
I'm a volunteer for the Turkey Trot.
Okay. So. All right. Well, I want to encourage and challenge all of our council members. It's a great academy of sorts. It's a weekend. I was on a weekend. Gigi and I were together, and it was great. I learned a lot of, it's just amazing how important this is. And so we salute you. We salute your efforts and your leadership for our certification. I want to encourage, this is one thing that I really would like to see us evolve, is ham radio operators.
Yes.
I think that is a critical point where we really, cell phones and everything else might be destroyed. And we anticipate that ham radios would still be very useful.
Absolutely.
And if we could possibly have challenge our community to have 100 ham operators, boy, that would throughout all parts of the city, because we need to cross-pollinate and work together on these catastrophic events. So I encourage you. I know that you've had, I think there's been a couple classes for ham operators.
We're looking at putting a ham operator class up here, sometime soon here. One of the community members who has taken the CERT class has asked if we could put up establish a class, and they were able to get the person who can conduct the class, and it would be free training. The other thing is we just did have a CERT class, which was back on January 25th through the 27th, and we had 3 city employees take that class as well, and then our IT director, Mitch Cochran, helped us out with that class. We had 29 graduates. We had 30 people who signed up for the class. And CERT is Community Emergency Response Team. And what it teaches everyone to do is be prepared for a disaster, but also have to respond immediately after, because day-to-day operation, fire, law, and EMS, we're going to be there for you. But when that catastrophic event happens, we're going to be left on our own. We have the San Andreas Fault right in our back door here. So we teach you how to prepare for a disaster, how to shut off utilities, how to do search and rescue in a lightly damaged building. We'll teach you the differences for that. We also teach you disaster medical operations. So when you have a room full of 20 to 30 people, that you'll be able to do triage. Some are hurt, critically injured, some are not. You'll be able to triage. Then at the end, we actually have a disaster scenario. We say, okay, here's what we taught you. We put in fake props, fake wires, and fake hazards. So at the end, it's really a great hands-on experience. And through grants, we were able to actually give out free equipment, which was backpack, helmet, goggles, and gloves for this last class.
When's your next training?
I don't have one scheduled. Yeah.
Okay, well, Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, I'd be really interested. The ham radio operators, you're going to have classes, or are you going to have a meeting or something?
We're working on putting a class together. As a matter of fact, we have a CERT meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the police station, and we're the one person who's been working on getting the ham radio class, so I'm going to be talking to him more about it.
Well, we're probably going to be about a third way through our discussion of cannabis, so I'm not going to be able to be there.
Yeah.
But no, in this, I don't know about Councilman Charette, you operated a field radio. Yeah, and I operated radio stations. I shouldn't say radio, antenna, we planted antenna. You probably had radio dead zones at some point in time, right? That's
That was his prop.
one of the things that I had to do was go out and plant antennas so that you guys. Yeah, well, so did I. But we set up antennas. Obviously, ham is a little bit different from that. Nobody's firing at you and so forth. But I'd be really interested in finding out more about that.
Okay. And this is a great thing for the neighborhood watch groups, too. Yeah.
Thank you.
You have baked in your next CERT training class could be conducted at, and I'm making a pitch for neighborhood councils and Amelia Sanchez Lopez. All of those presidents should be part of your class, and they probably, a lot of them are, but we're very grateful for our CERT graduates. How many do we number already in the city? I mean, from the past, how long have we been in existence, CERT? About 8 years, or?
I don't have the accurate numbers, but I can find that out for you.
We'll also ask Tanya to make sure that when he schedules the next class that the neighborhood groups know about it, so they can encourage their members and the presidents.
And I believe it's on March 2nd. I'm speaking to the neighborhood groups too. So.
Yes. Oh, Councilman Charette.
Quick question. Ham operators, that's something I haven't heard in years. I didn't even know they still existed, and it certainly makes sense. I mean, we're all so used to cell phones and think that they'll never go away and that everybody's in touch, and yet we know that's not the truth. I had a friend that I grew up with way back that was a real ham operator. I mean, and that put him into the entertainment field. He became a recording engineer for some major stars, but ham operation is something I never. My question, after saying all that, is about what is there a rough cost for someone to get involved in ham operation and the equipment, $20, $20,000, $200. And does it require an FCC license or some sort of license? It does, doesn't it? So there's a real process to go through to become a ham operator. So it's not just go down to the old Radio Shack and buy the stuff, and then you're already set up, right?
Right, and how much money you want to spend is how much do you have, because there's
Okay.
a lot of different equipment.
But to
you
do
can buy-
what we'd like to do, just to have, to take your 100 people, if they just were to have the kind of the bare minimum to be able to help in an emergency, what kind of cost are we looking at? $1,000?
A radio, there is low.
Well, is that the equivalent of a CB radio? I mean,
no. Citizens Band is very narrow.
No.
Where the ham radios, there's repeaters throughout the city, so they'll be able to talk at a great further distance. I've gotten my ham radio license, and there's a lot of them that they can basically take some tubes, plastic tubes, and some wire and make antennas, and they can talk all over the county. But radios are you can start off as low as about $30. And
so pretty inexpensive to
Yes.
get involved in,
Yeah.
and it would be a big help to the community. So.
And the ham radio class is about 8 hours, and you don't have to do Morse code in that anymore. You
Right,
used to make
okay.
Morse code.
Well, it's just interesting, very interesting. I hadn't heard of a ham radio for 30 years.
There's one, you know where the entrance to the Arrowhead Country Club is? As you go out the entrance to the country club, about 2 or 3 houses down, you'll see big ham radio antenna. Yeah.
They sometimes say that about me.
Oh, I didn't.
All right, are we ready to, I'm ready to make a
I'm gonna
motion
pass
that we
by.
approve.
Let's bring this back home. We have a motion and a second.
I'll go ahead and move this. if
All
it
right.
is a motion.
Council with a comment? Or are you ready to vote?
Okay.
All right, let's, members cast their vote, please.
On item 25, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0.
All right, and remember, we are still going back into closed session, so, but before then, new business. Does any council member have any new business they would like to add to the agenda for our next meeting?
Yes.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, we need to talk about Measure Z renewal.
Very good.
And obviously a mid-year budget.
Very good. Any other council member? New agenda items?
I'd just like to review also the mid-year budget report. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, at this time, we are going into closed session, and we will return.